Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, May 20th, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. The first giveaway we're doing is a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question that we always begin our days with: how are you doing right now? Scale of 1 to 10, there are no wrong answers. A few things we're just going to pay attention to. We're gonna continue to talk through this to a certain extent. One of the things I think is really valuable and important to pay attention to in relationality to this recent lunation cycle is the fact that, this recent new moon may have felt like it carried a lot of qualities that we would often attribute to an eclipse season, which is potentially navigating through a lot of intensity, working through a lot of feelings, experiences from the past rising back up to the surface. We've got a lot. One of the reasons that that's potentially happening is due to the fact that I like to describe when I'm reading into energy, we are often recognizing the fact that different signs have um, different frequencies that they effectively inhabit. And one of the things you have to notate is that Taurus energy is very anchoring, right? There's a lot of depth that we often feel when we're navigating through Taurus cycles. Now, this is doubly amplified by the fact that we're going through a new moon cycle that was in Taurus during Taurus season. So you already got a lot of depth there. And then to add to that, we've got Jupiter that is going through Cancer. And again, Jupiter also navigates a lot of depth. So this could work into, what does this energy effectively do? Plumbing the depths of the unconscious, allowing a lot of feelings to come through. Now, that's not necessarily a negative thing, right? It can be very positive. The one thing you have to effectively navigate, and it's probably going to depend on how well you've been doing your own shadow work. Now, one of the things that's very important, and you potentially know this if you've been here before, is I'm not a big fan of the word shadow work because I feel like it adds a little bit of this like woo feeling to things. But they have to understand, and this was coming through in yesterday's reading, that the gift of a healthy ego is effectively a filtration system. In a filtration system that effectively allows us to be able to identify where the work needs to be placed as it relates to working through circumstances or situations. If it's something that needs to be navigated internally, or if it's something that needs to be navigated externally. And often in the context by which we work through that understanding, right? That understanding is the quality and condition by which one can do that is measurable by the ability that one is able to understand the self. Now, one of the things we also see is the observation that a lot of that work that we're potentially experiencing or facing right now is having different impact depending on what type of energetic frequency you yourself connect to. Now, for masculine energy right now, this could be a lot of work in coming into deeper levels of vulnerability. The ability to be able to identify and articulate is how we basically correct and maintain a healthy filtration system. So, that observation of kind of working through the depths of the unconscious that allow us to be able to come into a new sense of understanding around and related, not only to the self, but to the energy around the self. Because the more that we're able to know the self, the more that we are effectively a protective force, not only in the life of ourselves, but in the lives of everyone around the self. What happens in the context by which we effectively work to energetically avoid things? And I like to point this out. You'll often see that when someone avoids something, they actually like end up painting a circle around it. Okay. It's like, it's a lot of that work that you potentially see that helps others see the work that you yourself are energetically avoiding. So what do we see that potentially a lot of the masculine energy is doing right now? They're working through, like, welcome to Gemini season. We've got a lot of planets that are moving into Gemini right now, right? Taking dynamic approaches to one's own healing journey, allowing the context of different perspectives that potentially help us to fortify and understand the self even further. That work isn't easy, right? Because often, and this is why we often talk about the space by which when you're ready to heal, you got to be ready to face things, because the observation of the intention, the inclination that we effectively try to put into things versus how another person experiences it. The beautiful thing that occurs when we're doing that work of the self is, and you'll notice this, the observation of the love that we wish to deliver that is received in the same quality and condition by which we anticipated that it felt upon giving it to another, right? It's the empathy that we effectively build that allow for that space by which our love does not experience the distortion, because that's what happens when we're not in a healthy egoic state, right? We try to give others things, but in the context by which the fact is that we try to share it, it gets distorted. It doesn't appear the way that we intended it to. And so that's why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, the ability of being receptive is what is allowing for the space by which they are able to effectively heal. And when one is able to work in that capacity, it's not easy, because it can sometimes feel very exposing to have conversations of that nature. But even in the ability of feeling the exposure point, a new sense of understanding, a new perspective, the ability to grow more, to learn more, and to be able to build upon that perception. Now, this brings us to feminine energy. And again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. What are we seeing for a lot of that feminine energy right now? For a lot of the feminine energy, while we see that for masculinity, those more masculine inclined, this could be feeling like working into a lot of receptivity. For a lot of feminine energy, this could be working into the identification of stabilization, working into the state or space by which one feels energetically stable. And that's really important, because the stability that we are effectively able to express is also the ability by which we're able to have our needs identified and met. This is why we understand that passive aggressiveness is so toxic, especially as it relates to feminine energy, because it's the moment by which another person feels that they have to question what one says, that creates the environment by which atrocities can occur to the self, or the space by which there's energetic confusion. We also see that that's a lot of the feminine energy that may be working on past traumas that required them to feel that their prioritization point needed to be in pleasing others, right? And that's the thing about it. Like, people pleasing sounds innocuous. Prioritizing the pleasure of other people sounds downright dangerous because it's the modality by which we understand and recognize that the space by which we see something that makes one feel uncomfortable, but we don't speak up, is often the space by which we understand that feminine's highest power is the ability to identify and recognize patterns. And that when feminine is working successfully in identifying patterns, then they become the force of protection, not only for the self, but for the betterment of the energy around the self. So that's why we see that for a lot of the feminine energy doing that work, that ability of feeling, right, strength in one's own voice, confidence in one's own assessments, is allowing one to be able to bring a deeper sense of invested clarity to things. And even, but the clarity that we see that may be expressed in those experiences as they work to continue to build into strong relationships is feeling the stability that is required in order to maintain a healthy healing journey, right? It's the stability that allows us to effectively become or be steadfast. Now, this brings us into the energy the non-binary energy. And what's interesting for non-binary energy that we were effectively reading into yesterday was working into the context of recognizing and understanding and potentially healing from trauma as it relates to others pointing out missteps. Because for a lot of the energy, the understanding or the adaptability of trying to work, right? Trying to work as pragmatically as possible, the ability of trying to effectively navigate everything as quickly as one is able, then one understands that the gift that we effectively find in experiences like that is the ability to effectively lend insight to things while simultaneously not expecting or anticipating the insight of others to light the way, but rather being able to do something as effectively as we possibly can. And that's why we see that for a lot of the energy, potentially doing that work, that feeling, right, that feeling of energetic support is one that feels like the quality and condition by which it allows for the context of the of foresight or the ability of energetically being able to effectively prepare for things correctly. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy potentially doing that work, that quality and condition by which they themselves are working so fastidiously, right? It's understanding the quality and condition by which they themselves also energetically deserve that, and potentially releasing, right? Releasing and healing from trauma potentially related to hindsight, right? And this is the observation or the recognition of the navigating point that one is working through expansion processes. It can sometimes feel, right? It's often the observation by which others often feel like they try to create wounds in hindsight, but the observation of the fact of another not telling one enough, not giving one the gift of time, is the observation of being able to more accurately predicate and see the direction by which trauma is being experienced in their life. And that ability of being able to identify and recognize that is what is potentially stabilizing and grounding the energy as they proceed to build connections that feel energetically holistic and supportive, in the sense of being able to energetically conscientiously work towards things in such a way that allow for more comprehensive observations as it relates to what the future holds. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is happening this Friday, May 22nd at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to over 9 hours worth of material. And on top of that, the opportunity of receiving a one-on-one chat access with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we navigated. Finally, I want you guys to know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also, I'm happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase the dream interpretations, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. I am going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Just a reminder to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, welcome. I hope you guys are having an absolutely beautiful day. Please keep in mind that any of the services that I've stated for subscribers is also available to you as a paid member there. And if you would like to book a service, all you need to do is head on over to the tree that is Binks in it, my Lio, and you can also be added to the list today. Your paid membership also entitles you to that free 1 card each day that I described for the super fans. How are you doing today? Welcome, Veronica. Good to see you. Dante. How are you doing, Justin? And Minnie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Grand Rising, Ella, Minnie, a 6. Okay. I got to admit, I don't mind a 6 right now, given the fact that we're going through some pretty intense energy. We'll see if we can get that higher. How are you doing today, Dustin? Hope you're having a lovely day. So I need to point out, I want you to kind of go back to that letter that you're looking at, and I want you to understand the origin by which you found that statement, Sir Max. I've got the books here. You have to recognize that some of the things that you're reading in that, particularly as it relates to letters that are being shared, have more to do with miscommunications in terms of what was being translated. So, especially with the King James Version, there's a lot of mistranslations that we potentially see there. I would actually encourage you to make sure that you're looking at different versions as well. I hope you have a beautiful day. And again, I also need to point out, when you talk about false prophets, the space by which you are trying to cast damnation onto others is you potentially being in the formation of the person that you are describing, that you are fearful of. So you have to understand that the space by which you're trying to articulate doom and gloom is effectively you false prophesizing. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because it puts you in a very unsafe space to be misinterpreting the messages and trying to articulate that there is danger occurring. So I just want you to recognize that. You're taking a lot of the things that you're stating from that out of context. Again, I'm happy to, I would love, the truth is, I'm very much, very invested in understanding that book. I've got 2 copies of it here, actually. So, like I said, always happy to discuss it, but not in the space by which you're trying to utilize it to feel empowered and cast judgment on another, because I need to point out that is literally you becoming the false prophet. I hope you find the peace that you seek. If this is not the space for you to be in, again, I've got a very simple rule, same rule that Joshua had. You can stick around as long as you're here in a space of perfect love and perfect compassion. Thank you so much for respecting the rules of the chat space. And I hope you have a beautiful day. How are you doing? Welcome, Aaron. Good to see you. All right, my friends. What's up, cheese? So, as I mentioned, how are you doing today as well? Ella, good to see you, my dear. Welcome, Mia. Bridget, good to see you today. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Put down additional boundaries during this one. Listen, you're probably like, I gotta point out, like, and you probably already picked up on this. This energy can feel very grounding and supportive if you're putting the work in. It can also create projection central. So if you're going through that right now, remember, make sure that you're moving in the direction of what is logical and sound. Don't let others' anxieties and fears, like running rampant, affect one's own ability to see clearly. And thank you so much, Bridget, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Nicole, thank you for those heart me's. I appreciate you. For anyone joining us over on the Clock app, please make sure that you're recharging your heart me's if you would like an animal oracle card on top of your one card today. Welcome, Angel. Hope you're having a beautiful day. And Ella, thank you for sharing the live. Hi there, Ivana. Good to see you today as well. Hi there. All right, welcome, Nola. As I mentioned, my friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective in the next few minutes. It is an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. If you would care to get on the list today, the first person on the list each day always receives an additional card in their reading, and that is effectively available. I will also point out that if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, now is a lovely time to get on the list as well. All you need to do if you would like to return back onto the list from the hold list is let me know the date that you were added to the hold list, and we'll be happy to put you on there as well. Prior to beginning today's Daily Collective, we are going to be warming up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. We will do that again after the Daily Collective. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And reminder as well, we're doing 2 different giveaways right now over on the Clock app. The first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective. Avatar, you are currently in the lead today with that at 33. The other giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway. Once we get to 50K likes over on the clock app. So I wish you a lot of, to make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time and be able to give that reading away. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read. No better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your tarot astrology for today, Wednesday, May 20th, 2026. We went backwards, forwards last time. We're going forwards. We're going standard progression today. That means the first sign that we're going to be reading for today is going to be Aries. Aries, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have coming forward to you this week? Can I please get 3 cards for Aries? 2 cards out quick. We're going to start reading these 2 and then we're going to pull the other one out. Okay, listen, I got to point this out. Aries, we got to talk about it. I need you to chill out. Okay? I need you to chill out. And the thing about it, and I want to return your attention to something that's very energetically important. Okay, do you remember what was happening? Do you remember what I was reading for during Pisces season? Do you remember how I was talking about how difficult it was for those with Pisces placements because they were going through Pisces season and there were all of those planets exiting Pisces right now? You're going through that right now. Okay? It could be feeling, I would not be surprised if Aries are going through a nostalgic moment. Okay? I wouldn't be surprised. Listen to me. Okay? I do not want you to get lost in the nostalgia. Okay? I don't want you to get lost in the nostalgia. The thing with the nostalgia, a little bit of nostalgia, just a little bit of nostalgia is all you need around things. Just a little bit of nostalgia. Okay? Because the thing about it, you have to understand is there has been, right? There were a lot of planets hanging out in Aries for a very long time. For a very long time. So I want you to recognize, okay? And I know, listen, I already know that, like, I know that even those with Aries placements, and here's the thing about it. I think it's funny because even those with Aries placements can often get cynical as it relates to astrology. I know you hate feeling like you don't have energetic control over the emotions. I know even the concept. I know even the concept that there might be something external to you that's energetically affecting your emotions in some way, shape, or form deeply bothers you, even if you believe it. But I'm going to tell you right now, especially if this feels like it just came on, all right? I'm here to remind you that your planet, okay, like 2 days ago, your planet just moved into Taurus. Okay? I'm just here. Do you think it might have something to do with that? Do you think it might have something to do with that? I know you don't want to hear it. I know you don't want to hear it. But just because you hear it, don't want to hear it, doesn't mean that there's something there to be paying attention to. Okay. So I want you to think about I want you to think about working into keeping a little bit of that positivity up. Okay. This is your work right now, keeping in a positive mood. And I know, right? I know that there's probably experiences and circumstances right now that are getting right under your skin. Right under your skin. That's okay. Right? It's not about it's just don't just and listen, okay? Remember, remember that the ability by which one is able to effectively work through something, everybody's going through it too. Okay? So don't get frustrated. Final card I'm pulling for you today. Yeah, the 7 of cups in its reversal. Just stay focused. Stay focused. And I want to point this out. You know, there's something to be said. There's something to be said about energy. I don't know why this is coming through, but there's something to be said about the direction of healing, and it feels very connected to what I was reading into yesterday for non-binary energy, but the modality by which you recognize and identify that that often the shape of trauma, the shape of trauma that occurs is the direction by which you see somebody that tries to make one feel energetically left out of things. Okay? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly and especially with the two, like the two of wands, right? Clock it. You know what I said? You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Like Aries, you know what it means when you can clock something, right? Clock it, and like it's like clock it, keep it for later is what I'm getting, right? It's giving me a little bit of that energy, you know? It's like it's saying to me like there's something about clocking things this week, and clocking the and I want you to understand clocking is protection, right? Clocking is protection, because when we can clock, then we're able to energetically perceive. And so I feel like there's something very valuable and important in relationality to working into the space by which you are like appreciate the fact that you're clocking things. Is what I'm Thank you. That is our that is our reading for Aries. We're starting off with a bang today. I mean, I'm not surprised with this energy. Let's continue right now. Next ones we're reading for, oh my Taurus. Oh, Taurus, Taurus, Taurus. All right, 3 cards for Taurus. I'm already looking at this. Oh my goodness. You're probably, here's the thing about it too. There's something to be said. So the one thing that's happening right now, so one thing that's happening is we're moving out of Taurus season today, right? But here's the thing that I think is kind of helping that to a certain extent, because Venus is moved into has moved into Cancer. Venus has moved into Cancer. I feel like all the Taurus are taking an early vacation. It's like Taurus is like these cards that I'm seeing, here, where are you? Right? Like this feels like staycation vibes. Like this is like it's funny because I feel like I see Aries clocking things and I see Taurus just clocking out. I see I feel like I see Aries clocking things and I see Taurus just clocking out, being like this feels like that, like this feels like one's own little vacation. And the thing about it is vacation. And here's the thing with some, like when Taurus understands this, everything changes for Taurus. Vacation is a state of mind. Like here's the thing about it. And you know why you know that? You know why you know that vacation is a state of mind? Because Taurus, you know this deep in your soul that you can be on vacation, and if you're in a bad mood, you're still working, right? Like if you're on vacation and you're on in a bad, like it doesn't matter where you are. If you're in a bad mood, vacation over. You know what I mean? Like vacation, like it's like, and so I feel like I see something that's about that, right? Potentially trying to prioritize or cultivate the understanding that vacation is a state of mind. And the thing about it is, and I feel like to a certain experience, like something about that is being able, and I got to point this out. This is actually very good work for Taurus to be doing. Okay. Because like the observation of understanding that one does not need to find the perfect conditions to seek pleasure is often the space by which a Taurus is working to expand their comfort zone. So I feel like there's something very interesting about this, because it feels like Taurus that is continuing a lot of the lessons that we saw, right? Continuing a lot of lessons that we saw with those world relationships that are moving into deeper union right now. The ability of moving through something, feeling the uncomfortability, right? And letting the comfortability build into a deeper sense of strength. Bottom of the deck on this reading right now. Yeah, we got the Nine of Cups in its reversal. And the thing that's interesting with the Nine of Cups in its reversal, the thing that's interesting with the Knight of Cups in its reversal is the one thing I want to like. Here's the thing about it. You know what I'm going to say? Just get it done. You know, like, and here's the thing. Like, if you're a Taurus right now and you finished something, then you can go on vacation. Okay. But if there's something that you're energetically avoiding, if there's something that you're avoiding, just imagine how much better it's going to be to have it off your plate, is what I keep on seeing. Because I do feel like there's something important there. There's something important there um related to that force of effort. There's something important there about being able to energetically observe or work through things, is what I'm energetically seeing. Thank you. Thank you so much, Taurus. Let's continue. The next sign that we're reading for today is, bear with me one moment. The next sign we're reading for today is Gemini. 3 cards for Gemini, please. 3 cards for Gemini. I feel like there's something I'm feeling into right now for you, Gemini, is there's something I'm seeing that's very important in relationality in relationality to, and I want to stress this. I feel like it's interesting too, because we're entering your season, but there's something very significant and important um, related to letting something go, is what I'm seeing. Especially with this 8 of Cups and the 4 of Wands in its reversal with the 4 of Pentacles. And I think, here's the thing about it, Gemini. You've got you've got that a beautiful capacity of being able to work through things. Like, you let go of things. You let go of more things in a day than most people let go in a lifetime, right? And I want you to remember that. I feel like there's something really important about that. That the ability by which you let go of something in the course of a day, like, you're able to process things in a course of the day that some energy would literally take a lifetime working through. And the hard part about that is I feel like it sometimes creates the quality and condition by which you feel like you're often navigating a sense of solitude, right? And I think that there's something about that that's energetically important, because the the solitude, like, and I keep on, and I feel like it's important too, because and this is why you'll often notice, like, this is why you'll often notice that those with Gemini placements, when they find someone, right? When they find someone that they've got like a mind connection to, they're like, right? Because the understanding that the quality by which we feel solitude is often the space by which we often feel that others don't understand what it is that we mean about things, and the space by which, right? The only way, this is all I'm going to say to Geminis right now, the only way you can see if more people can find you here is if you communicate upon it, right? The only way you can see if another person, if another person is able to meet you there, is you have to put yourself forward, right? You have to put yourself out there. And I know how difficult it is, right? Because I know, like, the thing about it, even the ability of having to put oneself out there feels like slowing down. Don't think of it as an investment, right? Think of it as an investment is what I keep on getting. And the thing about it is, and I keep on getting this message coming through for Gemini that basically says, um, we don't lose anything when we are investing, right? And the reason I'm saying we don't lose anything when we are energetically investing is because we don't invest in others. We invest in ourselves, even in the context by which we put that care towards things, right? Even in the space by which we put our care towards things, it allows us the context or the concept of being able to identify and recognize the self more. So I feel like there's something important about that, particularly as it relates to moving through any feelings of self consciousness or, a self consciousness or something that I feel like some kind of trauma connected or related to an experience. And I keep on hearing you have to forgive yourself from experiences by which you didn't fully understand yourself. You can't, you cannot take the understanding of the self and beat the past version of self up because they did not understand what you understand now. That is literally the sound of that is literally the sound of wisdom knocking is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Gemini. Continuing now, Cancer. How are my Cancers doing right now? How are my Cancers? 1, 2, 3. 3 cards for Cancer. Pretty good. The thing I'm seeing, here's the thing about it. The thing I'm seeing right now for Cancers is, I mean, look, Venus is in Cancer right now. Venus is in Cancer, the moon's in Cancer. Like I feel like there's something I feel like there's something very important that we're identifying and recognizing in relationality to working into the state or the nature by which we are able to effectively define or recognize or working into, like, this feels very much like like a Cancerian energy that's working into the context of building into plans, right? Like there's some kind of there's some kind of there's some kind of festive quality that I'm seeing that Cancerian energy is navigating right now. And there's something about that that I feel like is very important, specifically and particularly in relationality. Like I want to describe this in relationality to identifying and recognizing um, what it means, like what it means to build into like a sense of community. And I want to point this out. Like there's something very much um, it's interesting because and it is and the reason I'm getting it is because it feels less, it feels more like communing. And when I say that when we're communing, it's the space by which we enjoy solitude together is what I keep on getting. The space by which we hold solitude together is often what we identify as a safe space. So I feel like there's something there that's very energetically important because what I'm identifying in relationality to energy that's building into the context of a safe space is and it feels very protective. And I like to point this out. And this is why I often, like, here's the thing about it. And I often talk about this in terms of Cancerian energy and Leo having a very similar quality. The third card that we're seeing, yeah, this 10 of cups in its reversal there. The thing you have to identify with a 10 of cups in its reversal is often working into the quality and condition of being able to identify and recognize the force of intention by which we bring things to. And here's the thing about, and I love the one thing you'll notice, and this is how you can tell that Cancers and Leos sit so close together, right? Cancers will put up with a lot of stuff, but when they see someone they care about being put through something, that's where those claws come out, right? That's where those claws come out. Because the thing about it is, and here's the thing you have to understand with Cancerian energy. Cancerian energy keeps very tight circles. Cancerian energy keeps very tight circles. And the modal and when that's why when and the reason is because that's why like when cancers let someone in, the amount of time it takes for them to feel comfortable with someone is why they're so protective, because they're like, do you know who this person is? Like they're like, this is my person. Right? So I feel like it's interesting because I've got a lot of this ferocity here, right? And it almost feels like it feels like Cancerians clearing, like you'll see Cancerians clearing their throat to defend a friend. Never themselves, right? Never themselves, but to defend a friend. Whoa. So I feel like there's something really important about that, which is like it almost feels like somebody like it's fun. It's like somebody knocking on the door looking for someone at Cancer's house and Cancer showing up and being like, "Can I help you with something?" Right? Can I help you with something? Can I get all right? Continuing right now for Leo. 3 cards for Leo, please. What do we got for Leo coming through? Oh man, we got the 7 of Pentacles in its upright. Two of Wands in its upright, and the 8 of Wands. That is some wild energy for Leo right now. Oh, Leo, 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 Leo. What do I even what do I even say here? What do I even say with these cards? Um, you know, the thing I want to identify that I'm seeing here is the thing I want to the one that I want to point this out, and this is really important. And here's the thing about it, Leo, because the cards aren't here, but I want to talk to you about passing judgment. And the thing about, you have to understand, the thing about Leo energy is when Leo energy passes judgment on things, Leo energy mourns, right? Leo energy literally mourns upon like mourns upon the things that they pass judgment upon, but it also creates the space by which it's new ground to build. I want to describe like that, like the thing about it, and you have to understand like that, like this is the way that Leo energy often works through things. Like you will literally, like you will never, like you'll see Leo energy, and this is often a misconception that happens with those who don't understand the quality and condition by which Leo works through stuff. And this is often why there's a massive misconception as it relates to Leos being insensitive, because there's a Leo, right? There's a Leo that's around you, that's work that has never like that isn't it's like hasn't let go of anything, because they're perpetually in the space of energetically processing, right? And when we, you have to understand that, and this is what's so beautiful that often happens with Leos, right? The difference between harboring and processing is having the energetic bandwidth to work through things. And this is often why, right? And this is often the space by which others make the grievous mistake in somehow seeing, right? There's, you see a Leo who's just working, 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 and someone being like, oh, they've forgotten something. And then Leo will just pull something out and be like, you mean this? Right? Because it's the observation of the fact, right? The observation of the fact. And I want to point this out. Leos don't hold on to things that hurt, right? They're conscientiously carrying everything with them at every moment, because it's the observation, like that is the gift and the power that Leo works through things, is being perpetually conscientious, right? They're always working, right? They're always working to build fabric, right? And the modality by which you realize that the Leo is always working to build fabric, then you understand that there's nothing more foolish than being energetically selfish with a Leo's energy. Because in the modality by which you effectively become selfish with a Leo's energy, all the Leo sees is you rending the fabric of their energetic conscientiousness. And the modality by which often, right? Often Leos let others go that who are they're trying to help, specifically and particularly because they'll say to somebody, what happened? And they'll say, they wanted too much of me, right? And the modality by which when another person is literally giving their all, right? When an energy is in the modality of literally giving their all, and they have to articulate that they have to let go because another wanted too much from them, then it's the understanding of the Leo that's discovered an unreasonable expectation that creates a new standard, right? A new standard that they themselves then hold on to even firmer. And so that's what I see is happening right now for a lot of the Leo energy, right? It's working through, like I literally see the Leo energy continuing to process something, but in the process by which they're processing, right? Lo and behold, a new standard. Like, lo and behold, a new standard is created. Continuing to get clarification, continuing now, continuing now through what do we got coming up next. The card sign we're reading into is Virgo. My Virgos, how are we doing right now? 3 cards for Virgo. Right out, we got the Hermit card in reversal. How? It's gonna be fine. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Let's just take a moment. Just take a deep breath, Virgo. Okay. All right, 2 more. Deep breath. Deep breath. Okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. All right, all right. It's gonna be okay. That's a lot of 8s. That's a lot of 8s. It's okay. We're gonna work through. Okay, it's a lot of 8s. All right. So here's the thing about it, and the thing about this energy right now. All right, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna say. We're gonna say it again. We're gonna say it again. Perfect is what we find when we let go of perfection. Ready? Ready? Say it with me. Deep breath, deep breath. Perfect is what we find when we let go of perfection. And I know, right, that the thing I keep on seeing right now is I feel like I see, I don't know, the thing I see here has to do with the circumstance or situation by which we understand and refine upon. um the thing I keep on getting is, I want you to consider taking collaborative approaches to things, and the space by which the thing you have to understand, and like the thing I'm seeing for a lot of Virgos right now is, when we are working through healthy collaboration, then the expectation must be abandoned, right? Because you have to understand that, particularly in the realm, like, collaboration does not damage perfection. It allows one to be able to have a fresh set of eyes on something, right? And sometimes, like, I keep on getting, sometimes when those fresh set of eyes come upon something, like the identification in relationality to what they see can sometimes feel like it can sometimes feel intense. But the ability, like we understand that the possibility of being able to see something with clarity is an energetic gift because it allows one to take a new approach to something. So I feel like there's something about that is building into, like, I feel like I see something where you're letting go of an assumption and you're finding an approach. Bottom of the deck, it's okay, right? When we let go of assumption and we take a new approach, it's okay to articulate that we've changed something. And here's the thing about it, and I feel like this is the important thing about for Virgos right now. It's not fickle. It's not fickle to change one's mind upon something, so long as there is a sound reason to be able to articulate a need to do so. And our ability to effectively communicate that, right? Our ability to effectively communicate that in the state or the nature by which we anticipate is the space that allows one, right? I would say now is not the time to make a hasty decision. A good idea is fortified over time. So that means if it's a good idea in the moment, give yourself a minute, settle on the idea before potentially bringing that idea to others. Because the more grounded that prevents, right? That prevents fickleness in the space by which you're identifying and recognizing opportunities as they are arriving. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Continuing forward right now with Libra. 3 cards for Libra. What's going on, Libra? Why do I feel like singing right now as soon as I started reading for you? The Sun card in its reversal. Okay, let's continue. The three, okay, but the 3 of swords in its reversal and the 10 of wands in its reversal. So I feel like, you know what? Libra, I feel like you're learning something in a good way. In a good way, right? Because and the thing I love, here's the thing about Libras that I love. And you know this, Libras, like, you know, like there's often the space, and I want to describe this. And the word that's coming through, and I think you know this, Libra, because I feel like Aquarius often has this issue too, which is um the word that keep on hearing coming through is space cadet. Okay. And the thing I want to understand, and here's the thing I need you to understand about saying space cadet with a Libra is I mean Libras love their space. Okay? Like, here's the thing about it. Like, I need you to understand when I say space cadet, I mean Libras love their sense of space. They're very protective over it. Okay? They're very you want to see, like, you want to see a Libra, like it's working through, right? Like, you have to understand when I say that, I don't mean that. I mean this. Okay? Which is like when I say space cadet, I mean that Libras will defend, much like Cancers, they will defend their own territory and others' territory, like, with their life, because it's the space by which you have to understand why it's so important, right? Because Libras recognize and value the gift of energetic autonomy, right? And often what we see in relationality to that is working through, right? It's the difference between explaining to someone, right? And this is why you have to understand Libras recognize the value of their questions, right? Because a question, something that is logical and sound, has an easy answer. But when another person doesn't want to answer a question, then again, you get space cadet, because it's the space cadet energy by which you understand somebody that isn't making any sense, right? And so what's interesting about it, and this is often where you notice the projection that occurs to a Libra, because there's a Libra doing nothing but asking a simple question, and there's another person potentially accusing them of being a space cadet, and and then ta-da, there's the projection, right? Why did you you didn't answer the question? Right, you didn't answer the question. Right, it's like, who's distracted, right? Is it the energy that's asking a question, or the energy that refuses to answer a question by trying to articulate that the question is a distraction? Because if the question is logical, then you've effectively identified the source of trauma. So we see, I feel like for a lot of the energy working through that ability of being able to identify and recognize that can sometimes feel very abrasive and frustrating. However, right, we seek to learn. We seek to learn, right? Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. And I feel like there's something important there for Libra energy in recognizing, right? Identifying the nature of something that doesn't make sense is also an empowering moment, right? Because the thing about it is, and I feel like this is the truth of it, it would be wonderful if we lived in a world with everybody who's healed, who have healthy minds, who make healthy determinations on things. But you have to understand the sound of insecurity, right? The sound of you landing on another's insecurity is asking a question by which another person is not inclined to answer. And the modality by which, right, the modality by which you effectively recognize and navigate that is the ability by which one is able to understand and see someone with a deeper sense of clarity, right? So I feel like it's interesting because I feel like for in some way, right? I just feel like it's Libras remembering that your questions are blessings. Your questions are blessings. And if another person does not want to be blessed by a question, then what are they doing? Right? Like what are they doing? Continuing continuing to get like there's a question there, right? That's weird. That's weird. Continuing to get clarification. Moving into our Scorpios. How we doing, Scorpio? Cold breeze. Why'd it get so chilly in here? Seven of Cups in its reversal. Fool card in its upright. And Two of Cups in its reversal. So, what are we defining here? You know, the one thing I'm seeing right now, the thing I'm seeing right now, um, the thing I'm seeing right now for scorpionic energy, um, the thing I'm really identifying, how do I describe this best? You know, I gotta point this out. Like, and this is what's really interesting. Um, Scorpio, I just keep on hearing Scorpio articulate and say, I have a plan for that eventuality, you know? And this is often like you have to understand this. Like Scorpios are anticipators. And the understanding that Scorpios cannot help. You know this about yourself, Scorpio. You can't help being an anticipator because an anticipator An anticipator, like this is how you feel. Like there you are, like doing everything. Like there you are doing everything naturally. But what everyone does not see is all the anticipation that allows you to do something naturally, right? And the experience by which we're able to effectively work upon anticipating is the ability by which we understand and recognize that um, when we anticipate well, then we're leaving ourselves open to possibility, but having, right, but having an alternative in relationality to something not going the way that we intend or plan. And I have to point this out. This is the way that scorpionic energy loves. You know what I mean? Like and when another person recognizes that, then it changes things because it's the space by which, well, one understands that that ability of doing so creates, right, bottom of the deck, right? The anticipation built into the firmament of stability. So we see, and this is why I like to point this out. This is why scorpionic energy does not like surprises, right? Because it's like being like, what? Like, what? Because like there's no scorpionic energy is like surprise. Scorpionic energy is like do not do not like do not surprise the scorpionic energy because it doesn't create the same effect, right? It creates a space by which it's like it's not like, and so I keep on hearing delightful surprises are the space by which you build anticipation, not the space by which you do something and you don't tell anybody, right? It's not the space by which you don't do something and you tell someone that you weren't going to do it. And this is why I have to point out this is often why those with scorpionic placements look at surprises with suspicion, because they'll be like, you can give me a delightful surprise without telling me anything, right? So I feel like this is almost like something like there's almost some like Scorpio energy, like working into what feels like a surprise that feels like it's healthy versus another person that tries to articulate that they were looking to surprise someone in the context by which something like I can almost see like somebody looking like it feels like a Scorpio looking at a surprise askance is the best way to describe it, right? Because it's like and I think you know what I'm talking about. Like if I'm talking to Scorpio, you know what I'm talking about. Continuing right now for Sagittarius. Three of Swords in its reversal. 10 of Wands in its reversal. 4 of Wands in its reversal. You know, the one thing I'm seeing right now for with Sagittarian energy is um, there's something really important that I'm seeing that occurs in relationality to, I keep on getting in relationality to working working in a healthy space as we build into, like I keep on hearing the identification point in building into healing is predicated by energetic foresight, is what I keep on getting. And here's the thing about it. Sagittarians know this deeply. Because the thing about it is Sagittarians understand, and similar to the scorpionic journey I gave you, Sagittarians understand the quality and condition by which Sagittarians also don't like surprises in the space by which they get easily spooked. And the one thing I want to describe about this is why often you'll notice, right? Like often the space by which you'll notice that um I keep on hearing Sagittarians recognize that a short plan is a catch 22, right? Like a short plan is a catch 22 in the space by which it's very convenient, right? It's very convenient when another brings something to you at the last moment, because that's not the sound of someone trying to work with you, but it's the sound of someone trying to see if you'd be willing to drop everything for them, right? And this is often why when Sagittarian energy identifies that, right, it can often create the space by which the relationship breaks very quickly, because the difference, like Sagittarians can clock this. You clock this very quickly with people, because here's the thing about it. Sagittarians, this is why Sagittarians build into the space of working through foresight, because the foresight that they are able to effectively identify and bring into circumstances and situations is effectively the observation of being able to recognize someone that's trying to traumatize, right? Trying to traumatize by building into the context of offering something that is impossible to be able to bring together, right? So that's often, and I want to point this out, this is often the space by which, and I love this about Sagittarians, because Sagittarians, when Sagittarians see that, they don't have the same reaction that others do. It's very similar to Aries in terms of being able to energetically see something. And often when Sagittarians see that, the sound that you will hear is how could you? Right? It's literally it's the energy. It's like there's the Sagittarian just smiling and going, yeah, I can't do that. But the thing about it is the way the Sagittarian looks at you, you'll usually see this. The way that the Sagittarian looks at you when they say, yeah, I can't do that, you'll often notice it's not the Sagittarian saying it apologetically. They're saying it as a point in fact, right? They're pointing it out. They're saying, that's interesting that you would offer that because you know that I can't do that, right? And the moment, bottom of the deck, the moment that occurs, right? The moment that occurs with a Sagittarian, I got to go. Look at the time. Look at the time. Look at the time. Yeah, right? Because that is the Sagittarian that understands the quality and condition of being able to effectively identify and see others' intentions. So the modality by which, like, you have to be like, and Sagittarians, you know this about yourself, right? The space by which you say to someone, I can't do that. You never say it apologetically. You say it as a statement in fact. And the modality by which the Sagittarian has to look at someone and say with a statement of fact, right? What they're really saying when they say, I can't do that, they're saying, you know, I can't do that. How could you? Why would you? Right? Because it's the space by which the Sagittarian is able to identify and recognize another person trying, right? Literally trying to see, right? Literally trying to see a Sagittarian scramble for them. And when we care about each other, right? When we care about each other, we don't ask each other to scramble. We ask each other to energetically ascend. So that's why I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working through that, right? Look, I keep on hearing, look at the time. This has been fine, but look at the time. This has been fine, but look at the time. Thank you so much, Sag. And I feel like the one thing I'm seeing there too, like I feel like there's something about that. Like there's something about that that's really important because I feel like that's also a lot of Sagittarians honoring their own maturation processes. Continuing to get clarification. Moving into Capricorn. What Capricorn? Why am I all bubbly all of a sudden? Why do I got all this bubbliness for Capricorn happening? Why do I feel like effervescent? Three cards. Three cards for Capricorn, please. Three cards for Capricorn. First card coming out. Seven of Cups in its reversal. I feel like I see some Capricorn energy. I feel like I see some Capricorn energy landing on a making a decision or resolving into a solution to a problem, right? This feels like a little bit of ta-da here. Is what I keep on getting. Which is like, it's interesting because like it feels much lighter than I would typically read for Capricorn. Like this feels very buoyant. Especially with the three, like especially with that 3 of Pentacles in its reversal. I mean, it's upright. It's funny. It's funny because I said reversal, but it's in upright, right? And here's the thing. And like, listen, I look. I'm gonna tell you right now, and this is what I deeply value about Capricorn energy. Capricorn energy will walk right into, right? They'll walk right into the worst place possible with the observation that they understand and recognize that they can make it right. You know, like this is the thing about it. Like Capricorn energy, the ability to understand the value and the power of being able to effectively attenuate or work through things. And this is what I like. And it's like what I love about Capricorn energy in this way is that like Capricorn energy is the epitome of saying it's a rough job, but somebody's got to do it, right? Because the observation and the understanding of navigating through the roughness of things is how we gain expertise in them, right? It comes with the territory. You can't have one without another, right? You can't work into the context of being able to energetically observe and work through something if you can't navigate the conditions required to energetically change something. So I feel like there's something about that. I feel like there's something about that that's very important right now to Capricorn energy. Continuing, especially with this, like again, especially with this 6 of Swords in its upright, right? And it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing, I don't know, I keep on hearing going inwards to going backwards, which is and I know that's going to sound like, and here's the thing about, you have to understand, like I love this, and the reason I'm seeing this, so this is a very unique, energetic signature that only Capricorns have, and it's hard to explain, but it's going, the reason I say going inwards to go backwards is because the force by which, and I want to stress this, the force by which you see a Capricorn move is very much the way, like there's this particular there's probably a word for it, but there's a particular way that it's like a waveform, okay? And the waveform is very unique, because the waveform is unique because you'll notice that it feels like it's pulling backwards and it holds for a minute and then it lands forward with all of its weight, okay? And it's very much, it's like a butt is the best way I can describe it, because it's that kind of shove, right? Which is often, and you have to understand, and the only way about it is at a moment, and you'll sometimes see this, like there'll be a moment that often Capricorns navigate that others make the misconception that they're in a point of stillness, and then, you know what I mean? And so I feel like that's very significant because what that is often identifying is working into the context of being able, like, and here's the thing about it, sometimes you have to move backwards to be able to see what you are missing, right? You have to step backwards to have a point of perspective, and then you go, of course, right? So I feel like it's that type of moment of clarity that something about the Capricorn is reaching into right now. Yeah, particularly and especially with that 5 of Swords energy, and the 5 of Swords energy, bottom of the deck, is, and I like to describe, and I also appreciate this. Like, I also appreciate this. Um, the the space by which we're able to navigate something that we couldn't see before, like, that is the sound, like, that's the sound of us becoming more comprehensive. And I want to describe this, and I feel like this is often hard for those with Capricorn energy. It's not your job, right? It's not your job to have to hold everything together, because the way that we effectively identify, right, the work that we do, and I want to kind of say this, the difference between saying, can you help me with this, or how can you help me with this, can sometimes make all the difference, right? Because when you say, can you help me with this, you're being directive. When you say, how can you help me with this, right? That's an entire different thing. And sometimes, right? Like, I feel like there's something important about that that's coming through this week, which is, don't forget to add a how to that question, is what I keep on seeing. Okay. Continuing right now, moving through the next sign that we're doing today is our Aquarius. Aquarius, three signs. Oh, that's 3 signs for Aquarius. I feel like that's going to be related to the reading that we're having today. All right, we've got two cards out right now, and it's funny because I feel like um I feel like what I'm seeing right now for Aquarius is being like, what am I looking at? It's really funny because I was like, 3 signs for Aquarius, and then I drew 2 cards to go, I can't make sense of any of this. And I keep on I feel like there's something with Aquarius that's happening here in terms of working through the observation um, of something that does it's working through the observation of something that doesn't make sense. Is what I keep on seeing. Why would you do that? And the answer is usually trauma. The answer is usually trauma. And the thing, like, I like to point out, like, the thing about it, here's the thing. Like, you have to understand, like, here's the thing about it. Trauma makes fools of us all. Okay? And this is what you have to understand. Like, and when you realize how silly you look, and this is the thing about when you realize how silly you look, letting trauma dictate your action, you get in the business of healing, like, real quick, right? You get in the business of healing real quick, because the thing about it is, like, once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? Like, once you see it, you can't unsee it, because it's the space by which you're like, and I think that it's hard, like, it's hard about that, because then here's the thing about it. Like, and this is what we talk about, right? When we embrace, and this is what we and this is what's so difficult about it. When we embrace our trauma, and I need to point out, when I say when we embrace our trauma, it doesn't mean we fall in love with our trauma. It doesn't mean that we become addicted to our trauma. But when we embrace our trauma, is the modality by which we accept what we've gone through, right? And that in itself is a step in the right direction, right? And it's the work by which we identify that allows us the possibility of being able to do something in a way that we've never done it before, right? But when another person, when another person is working through, right? When another person is not done working through their trauma, then it gets exhaustive. It gets exhaustive because you're just like, oh, not this again, right? And the reason by which it feels exhaustive is because you can see, right? You observe the energetic cycle that's occurring there, right? And the observation of effectively working through an energetic cycle is the space by which, right? Some cycles are healthy, right? Some cycles are energetically restorative because the difference between, right? The difference between a purifying cycle, right, and a detrimental cycle is the amplification and the articulation of being able to see, right? There's one word and one word only that needs to be energetically achieved. Bottom of the deck, progress, right? It's a healthy, it's not a cycle if there's progress. That is, right? That is that's a healthy habit. Okay. And that's what I keep on saying. It's not a cycle, right? It's not a cycle if there's progress. That's a healthy habit, right? So I literally almost, I feel like I see, like I almost feel like I see some Aquarian energy clarifying to someone who has the false context of an unhealthy cycle by being able to effectively identify to another person. So you can't call it a cycle if there's progress because that's a healthy habit. Is what I keep on hearing. I just keep on hearing that over and over. You can't call something an unhealthy cycle if there's progress because that's a healthy habit. The cycles that progress are healthy habits. The ones that don't are like that's an unhealthy cycle. So I feel like that's something important that I see that Aquarians are either qualifying to themselves, either defending for themselves or defending for another is what I keep on seeing. Because here's the thing about it, and like he's, and listen, Aquarians love being purifiers, so I get I understand Aquarians feel like I get to be a purifier. Continuing to get clarification right now. Final reading today. We're going to be moving into our Pisces. Pisces, 3 cards for Pisces, please. What do we got here? Ooh, back. We. I love this because we started with our 10 of Pentacles today. We started with our 10 of Pentacles today for Aries. So it's very harmonious that we got to the 10 of Pentacles back into Pisces right now, right? This is feeding into what we just articulated with Aquarius, right? And the Star card in its reversal. Oh man, what happened here? Pisces, what were you wrong about? Oh my goodness. Hold on, one more card. Oh Lord. Okay, wait, and the 6 of the 6 of Pentacles in its reversal. And, there's something I'm seeing. I don't know why, but I don't know why I'm seeing something about Piscean energy working through something. Like it feels almost like it feels like it feels like Piscean energy working through something that they didn't like, that you didn't like, that you didn't see before. And I want to point this out. Like the thing is, I keep on hearing there's a lot going on. There's something there's something that we identify. I want to point that this is really important, and I want to kind of stress this to like Piscean energy. When when others see a lot going on and they're in a healthy space, they don't take it personally. is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, here's the thing you have to understand, which is the observation, and this is, and I feel like Pisceans, you often notice this because the thing about it is, um, when we care about each other, we don't demand, right? Like caring energy doesn't demand things. Um, Caring energy will point out something, right? Caring energy will point out something and articulate something. And then, like, caring energy will point out something and articulate something. And then they will energetically step back, is what I keep on hearing. Because I keep on hearing a caring hand is often a gentle one, right? A caring hand is often a gentle one, which is, it's the observation that we effectively work through, which is the identification and the architecture by which we ourselves are identifying and articulating in relationality to, um, how we're trying, like how we're trying to get things done. And I think that there's something very beautiful about that, because I feel like in some way, I see Piscean energy being more gentle on themselves, and one is becoming more gentle on oneself. One is able to see the gentle hands better, right? Which is the energy that's potentially there, that works towards healthy encouragement. But I keep on hearing, not the energy, right? Like, not the energy that often feels, right? Like, and this is often what occurs in the space by which others try to insist, when others try to insist upon us, they're insisting upon themselves, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, right? The observation that when others try to insist upon us, what they're usually insisting upon is themselves, right? And I feel like for a lot of Piscean energy, things often change in the context by which you navigate the difference. I keep hearing the difference between another person giving advice that prioritizes their direction rather than yours, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on getting healthy energy. Healthy energy helps us craft our decisions. Unhealthy energy often built into the context of ultimatums, or the modality by which I keep on hearing somebody who builds into a fear-based mindset that says, oh, like, are you sure you want to do that? So I feel like there's something really important and significant in relationality to some of the Piscean energy working through something, um, by finding energetic courage, right? And the courage that we find is often defined with our own ability to energetically step towards things, right? And sometimes when we feel the need to energetically, sometimes when we feel the need to energetically step towards things, it feels like we're moving in solitude. But that's because we can't see the multitude that are moving right behind us. Thank you. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving this message. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the court cards in the wand suit. Our next class will be held on Friday, May 22nd at 5:30 p.m. PST, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have and anything in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive a complimentary. You'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online rehearsal events, as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been experiencing in the cards based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we're navigating. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate. Finally, I want you guys to know they also offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today, and you will have an additional, you will be receiving a free reading. And congratulations to Ivana. You came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. For those who are interested here, we read for life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, mediumship, love reading, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. I am going to take a few minutes to read over. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I will be happy to add you back as well. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, good to see you. How you doing today, Avatar? Thank you for those beautiful gifts. Just bear with me a morning. Good to see you, Nikki. How you doing today? I know I love the tarot astrology days as well. It's brown. It works. Nice. I like it, Ivana. I like that. I like that. I like that theory. And Wint, thank you for the follow. How are you doing, Susan? Thank you for the follow. Day one, thank you for the follow. I must be a Taurus today because I'm in a fabulous mood. How you doing today, Bridget? Oh, you're going on vacation tomorrow. I thought you just came back from. Did you just come back from vacation? Did you just come back from vacation? Checking out. Good to see you, Ivana and Chads. Thank you for confirmation. Definitely checked out today. Thank you as well, Nicole. Oh, it sounds amazing, Bridget. Enjoy. It is beautiful. Your partner's a Gemini. Thank you for confirming, Minnie. Hi, Lauren. Yes, we do offer. We offer live readings here as well. Yeah, I'm the best. I've been in a very long time. I'm so glad to hear that, Dada. Excellent. How you doing, Nikki? A lot of enthusiasm there. Yeah, best friends, Cancer. I'm a Cancer Leo cusp, so can confirm. Same with Leo. This makes sense. And Lauren, thank you for the follow. Absolutely, Nikki. Tap to claim. Nicole. Oh my gosh. Sweetheart. Oh, are you okay? I'm sad to hear that that occurred. I hope you're safe. Oh, you also received that message. Thank you as well, Rikita. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Yeah, thank you guys for being here and supporting each other in the comments. JJ, thank you for the follow. Fox Mama, thank you for the follow as well. Definitely a processor, can confirm. Nice, thank you as well. Yeah, I love those. I love those faces. I love those three faces. I'm actually going to screen cap it so I can post it in the disco later. The three faces that came from Ivana, Minnie, and Nikki. I mean, Ivana and Minnie between those, between that sign. I know a lot of change right now. Thank you as well, Ella. Perfect is what we find when we let go of perfection. Oh, that was in one of your one cards 2 days ago. Absolutely, Ivana. Thank you for also receiving this message. I accidentally just called my mom, and she's a triple Libra and sings. Oh, that's wild, Nikki. Thank you so much, Downtown. I appreciate that. I know I love that gift as well. Hi there, Gypsy Soul. My mom always says Space Cadet. Oh, thank you for confirmation. Yeah, that's so true. Like if the house isn't perfect, no one is coming over type of energy. Absolutely. That's wild. So much so. I accidentally called. That's very funny that you called her in the midst of that. Yeah, with my Libra rising, it also definitely resonates. Knowledge is power. Absolutely. Yep. Hi there, sister. How you doing today? And my Mala, thank you for the follow. KBR, thank you for the follow as well. You've got 4 Sag placements, so you totally get that. Thank you for also receiving that message. Hi there, Avatar. And Nee, thank you for the follow. KBR, thank you for sharing the live. Shepo, thank you for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. The deck should be taught before. Okay, so I need to point out, okay, first things first. I don't think anything I was saying was an accusation. I think we were doing readings, so I apologize if there's something that you are perceiving as an accusation, because that's probably a sign that you're receiving it as you're projecting. So you potentially want to be conscientious if you're projecting, or if there's something that I articulated that's making you feel very overprotective or defensive about it, because I think that you can articulate here that the way that everyone else received this was that there was nothing accusatory in anything I was saying, but it's very interesting. It's very interesting that there was something about what I was saying that another person was dealing with, that you took it personally, because that would give the indication that you feel that you're doing it. So again, you might want to navigate internally why what you're doing that's making you feel that you're intentionally doing something negative that I stated. And I hope you find healing on that journey, Shepo. It is fun. Absolutely. Just be conscientious of that, right? Because that's what, like, that's why we have to navigate the accusational space, right? The space by which nothing we say here should be taken as an accusation, but what we're trying to provide here is healthy directions in relationality to what it is that we're trying to move through and how we can move through it most effectively. Absolutely. I know the chat is weird today, June. You know, we've got a lot more. Here's the thing about it. We've got a lot more a new energy coming in. So you know, the one thing I'll point out about it is I'm going to be trying to navigate the same rules that we hold in the chat space over on the clock app as we do on the place where we keep the videos. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I already articulated to Sir Mad that they're acting as false prophet in the chat space, but they didn't. I already told them once about it, Ava, but they're continuing to insist because that's what prophets do. False prophets spout the word and try to condemn others with it. So I tried to articulate the fact that they were literally false prophesizing in the space by which they're trying to accuse me of being a false prophet, because I'm not claiming to be a prophet, but they're actually becoming a false prophet in the fact by which they're trying to use the word to effectively try to condemn me. It's very ironic. It's very ironic. Spout is an accurate word, isn't it? I love that word. Absolutely. Yep. Hi there. How you doing today, Cheese? Good to see you. Yeah. And you see it, like, again, it's and I want to point out the same thing. I need to stress here, when in we haven't said anything negative about Yeshua here, but the fact that you're invoking the name of Yeshua to try to articulate the fact that we're in danger if we don't accept is actually against the word of Yahshua. Yahshua never wanted their words to be utilized to try to instill fear in others. So I would make sure that you're not corrupting the words by trying to articulate upon the fact that others are in danger if they don't listen to them, because that's literally what it means to corrupt the word. So, and again, I have the same rule here. You're able to stay. It's the same rule. You just got to be kind. You got to love each other. This is a space of compassion and kindness. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Okay. And again, we also have a rule about repeating nonsense statements in the chat space. The chat space is specifically utilized to be able to communicate with one another effectively. I'm doing good today, Tanu. How are you doing? Absolutely. Again, I got to stress here, Tanu, you can be in a lot of different places right now, but you choose to be in this moment. So there's obviously something here that you feel is worthy of receiving. I leave it to you as to why you're choosing to be here if you don't feel like that is the case. I'm doing well today, Ronnie. How you doing today? I know. How are you doing today, Ava? Good to see you, my dear. All right, let's continue. Hi there, Farrelly. Well, welcome. Thank you for the compliment. Hi there, Bridget. Oh my gosh, that was wild. Ugh, that's a long time to be doing so, but I'm glad to hear that you're getting a little bit of a break, Bridget. I'm fine. It happened in front of my work. I'm so glad to hear that that was the case, Nicole. Very glad to hear that you're in good shape. The list is open, y'all, if you'd like to get on the list. I often ponder on what it's like to live in that mindset. It can't be peaceful. Well, it's fear based, right? Like it's working into it's working like they're basically they're basically worshiping fear, right? So somebody who's in a fear based mindset is worshiping fear because they're telling everybody else that they should live in fear. So it's the observation by which they're working in the service of fear by effectively trying to spread fear. So the how does it feel to live like that? You have to have compassion because that energy is literally living every moment absolutely terrified. Can you imagine what that must be like to live every moment in overwhelming terror? And then to the space by which you serve the terror because you're trying to spread the fear. Like you can have compassion for it, but you also have to help the best you can do is help another person see that in order for them to be able to successfully clear it. Yeah. It's scary, right? Like and the thing about it is usually when someone finally gets out of the fear-based mindset, they have to let go of a lot of the feeling of the time that was wasted or spent in service to the fear instead of in service to the word, right? Like it's the observation of the fact that they realize it's like it can often create an egoic crash because the moment that they realize that they spent their time not honoring the word but instead honoring the fear, then they recognize how far they've strayed, right? It's that is often the space by which they're working through it. Thank you for getting on the list, Stella. You will be the second person read for today. Thank you for the compliment, Tallow. Yep. No, I know. If it wasn't ironic, it wouldn't work. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Nikki. Has anyone else felt like the last few days? No, they have been incredibly heavy, energetically, thoroughly. I wrote about it over on my stack, and we're also just navigating it. And the thing about it is, for those who are not heavily grounded in self right now, there's going to be a lot of projecting coming out, right? You're potentially going to see a lot of energy potentially acting erratically or working into the context of seeing a lot of shadow work coming up. So just allowing the space by which one is able to observe but not absorb, or trying to work through the space of doing something effectively. Just continue to bring compassion to things as you're working towards a healthy sense of purpose. You're not the only person that's experiencing it right now. Hi there, Pipeline. How you doing today? Absolutely. It's an interesting perspective on their end, but yes, they're scared. And that's the thing about it. Like you have to understand that the fear was instilled in them, right? And so it's the observation of what occurs when they realize the fact that they've been working in service to fear instead of what was being spoken, right? There's a lot there's a it can it, there's a lot of processing that energetically occurs at that moment when individuals who are in that fear-based mentality realize that they've been doing the opposite of what was energetically asked of them. It's a lot of insecurity. Yep, absolutely. I didn't think about it if they come out of no, can you imagine like you that's why you have to have compassion because when they come out of it and they realize when another person comes out of that and they realize the damage that they've been doing the whole time working in servitude to fear, right? There it's a lot to clear. It's a lot to clear. So you have to give someone like you have to be very gentle with someone that's working through that because it's them arriving to the understanding of the damage that they've been creating that's oppositional to what it claimed they were trying to do, right? Yeah. I need to get I need to go to the stack because you've been on receiving you've been because you've been on the receiving end of the projection. I know it's really hard right now, right? But don't here's the thing about it. If you realize it's a projection, remember like seek solace in the fact that you recognize that it's another projecting it onto you, right? Like you know what is true. You know what is true. And the space here's the thing about it, if you doubt it, then it's probably true because if you're working tirelessly to do everything you can, like that's the best that you can do. And that is a blessed state. Yeah, Pluto and Aquarius. Hold on a moment. I know, right? It is interesting. It is an interesting energy, Pisces. I know. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Yeah, I grew up in that fear, but never understood it. I mean, and here's the thing about often those who are doing it don't realize they're doing it, right? They don't know what they're doing. You have to be kind to them. They don't know what they're doing. Yeah. Why would we fear someone that loves us unconditionally? And we're, yeah, exactly. But that's the thing about it, right? Right? It's not love is the space by which we care and we work unconditionally for one another, right? And when we recognize and identify that we work towards being worthy. When you think about the idea of working towards being worthy of unconditional love, then you become the force of unconditional love in the world around you. And that doesn't mean that you accept everything, right? That doesn't mean that you don't put your foot down about stuff, but it's the observation of being able to identify and recognize that is what it often feels like when we're doing it well. It often feels like we're failing. You have to be really conscientious and careful that when you feel you're righteous is when you feel like you're perfect and everyone else is in trouble, right? That is literally being in a righteous state. That is the righteousness, like that is righteousness. It's really wild. I'm the only person right here. Everybody else is wrong. It's like you're all doomed. It's like we have identified the righteous state, you know? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And yes, thank you. And I like to point out the power of a healthy spirituality is one that creates a supportive architecture, right? A healthy spirituality creates a supportive architecture, which is not the modality by which if you should do something because it's good to do it. If you're doing something good because you're afraid something bad's going to happen, that's not you being good. That's you being scared, right? Like, that's not you being good. That's not you being good. That's you being scared. Absolutely. And sending everybody support who's continuing on that healing journey. All right, we're going to continue right now. We are going to get started on readings. The first person that we're reading for today is going to be Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, you're going to be. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? If anybody else wants to get on the list today, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely. Yep, perfectly stated, Nikki. Yeah. Like, yeah, I have to do this does not sound, I have to do this does not sound like the state of working towards of health. Yeah. And Deborah, thank you for the follow. Yeah, a reading around. Hold on, I got you, dear. And like I mentioned, guys, if you want to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Hold on a minute. I'm just going to take a moment to put it here. Just give me a sec. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, 1 second. And just a reminder as well, if you are also on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to it as well. Just bear with me a moment. And it's a third spot. Okay. Okay. Got it. Perfect. Okay. Mm-hmm. And Deborah, thank you for the follow, dear. And I've got you. Before we continue with Avatar's read, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. We'll do it again after the next reading. Guys, I'm going to pin up Avatar. Make sure to give Avatar some love. Oh, hold on a minute. All right, where are we? Got a lot of Earth Dragons coming up there. One minute. All right. I got you, dear. Okay. This is sounding like a symbol decoding. Am I correct in that? I mean, that's a very good point, Nicole. There's a similarity there. Thank you, Avatar. Appreciate it. One moment. Okay. Four cards, please. So I feel like there's the what I'm seeing in relationality to the ladders coming through. Yeah, and there is like there's another one right here. Like as soon as I started reading, there was an like I don't know if you can see it, but there's another one there. So I'm like, yeah, I see what you're talking about. I see what you're talking about. Okay. Um, the thing about it, you have to understand, I'm getting here. It's an angelic message. Okay. It's an angelic message that's helping you to recognize and understand that um, as you continue on your healing journey, there are going to be things that you see that you could not see before. And I need to stress this. If things look worse than they did before, rest assured you're moving in the right direction, right? If your perspective of the past looks even worse than it did before, rest assured that you are moving in the right direction, because the observation, and I feel like to a certain extent you have to recognize that I feel like the guides are trying to articulate to you, they're trying to articulate to you that you need to be kind, you have to be kind with yourself when you start coming into those observations, because you have to understand some things we cannot see as we're experiencing them. Some things we just cannot see. We can't see them because we are surrounded by them, right? And it's very hard to recognize and determine the shape of some things until we get until we get some distance from them, until we get some energetic perspective. So I feel like, and it's interesting here because right, I've got the guide, I've got the guide right here. And what do we see? What do we see in relationality to that guide? We've got a circumstance or a situation by which, and it's interesting too, because they're identifying, like what they're effectively identifying, or what I'm seeing in relationality to this is recognizing that your vision upon something is energetically blessed. And a blessed vision sees hard things, right? Like a blessed vision, like a blessed vision sees hard things because they're not working, like you're not working in the context of an illusion, right? You're not working in the context of an illusion, but rather working through one's own sense of resolution, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something about that. Like I feel like there's something important I'm seeing there as it relates to you. Um, like I keep wondering, trying to let go of something that you did in the past, like trying to let go of something that you did in the past that a present version of you would, like, I keep on hearing, would that there's something that they're trying to let, it's okay to let go of something from the past if something that you did is now beneath you, is what I keep on hearing. It's okay to let go of something from the past if something that you did is now beneath you, right? The observation and the understanding of being able to build into the energetic valuation by which we ourselves are able to identify and ascribe what energetically benefits us. And I keep on getting the observation of you working towards, like, I feel like I see a lot of the work that I see you doing right now in terms of taking more energetically holistic approaches to things, working into working into the adaptability, or working into some kind of sense of healthy healing. And I just keep on getting that, um like the reason that the guides are showing you those ladders is because they're giving you, right? They're helping you see their view on things, right? And the thing about it is, um and you have to understand this, when when we are able to identify something that is difficult to see, right? Then our own ability to effectively be able to heal through the perception that we bring to it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, I almost feel like I see a situation that it feels empowering, because I see you working through a situation and circumstance by which you're able to articulate and identify, um I just keep on it's interesting too, because a lot of the energy I'm reading for you right now is, it's located, it feels very located in the chest. It feels very located in the throat channel. So I've got a lot of the heart and the throat channel. And I almost see, I feel like I see a lot of work that's happening to heal in this space. And the thing about it is, um, the I keep on hearing the sound of you healing is saying to another person, right? I keep on hearing, you say, I'm eager to talk about it, right? Um, because, and I want to point this out, there's something I see, that I feel like there's something I see you working through as it relates to old trauma, in terms of another person trying to make you feel badly for being in your authenticity, right? Because the energy that, um energy that is not, virtuous, likes to articulate that they like to articulate that we are not pleasing to the eye, right? Or the modality by which another person tries to say, look at you, right? The space by which another person tries to identify, right? And all that happens when somebody says look at you, right? Then they're what they're doing is they're basically showing you, right? They're showing you that they can't see anything, right? Because if they say look at you, and I keep on hearing those particular words, because look at you, what they're really saying is, my view of you isn't pleasant. So it's not somebody who you should be spending your time speaking to. When somebody says look at you, you shouldn't spend your time speaking to them, because all they're saying to you when they say look at you is that they look at the world with the expectation that it conforms to what they find pleasant to see, right? So that is, I feel like there's something significant in terms of you taking ownership of that and saying, I almost see you saying to somebody, I know that's intentional, right? The modality by which, another person tries to overemphasize something is working into the space of saying, I almost see you say, I'm aware, right? I'm aware of how I appear, but your observation, right? Your condition by which you articulate upon the fact that it is displeasant to you tells me everything I need to know about you, right? because even in that is protection. Thank you so much. And I think it's interesting because I feel like I keep on getting, you have to remember, and I keep on hearing, and this is what's also really empowering about this, your guide sees you as a ladder. Your guide sees you as a ladder. And what do you say to a ladder? Step carefully, right? You don't want to hurt yourself. Step carefully. Step carefully. Step carefully. You don't want to hurt yourself. You don't want to hurt yourself. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight. Who am I reading for? I was about to say insight. Stella, you're next, but the next person, but I said incense. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as it was reading. I like that. The only way is up. Oh, I haven't seen that one before. Thank you, Stella. Hi there, Erica. Yes, thank you as well, Ella. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. It's a nice thought. They say if the ladder starts, oh, that's interesting. They say if the ladder starts going down, you should push off and jump, not cling. That's interesting. Yes. Mm-hmm. This is helpful. You're so welcome, Avatar. Excellent. Yep, I got you, Nikki. And yes, the list is open per. All right, let's continue right now. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here past life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Excellent. All right. And thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. And I'm going to pin, before we continue with Stella's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. We will do that again after the next reading. And all right, 1 minute, please. Okay. All right, I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. I'm going to read the list right now for anybody who'd like to get on the list. The list we have right now is Stella, Nikki, Per, and Bianca. So if anybody gets on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. Great time to get on the list. All right. Got angelic guidance coming through. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. Four cards, please. And thank you. Actually, you get an extra card today because you were the first person on the list today, Stella. Four cards, please. And 2 more. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's interesting. That one moved transverse. So the message that's coming through, is it's a very strong message that's coming through, which is basically saying pay attention to somebody who wants to see you in a deplorable state. And the word that's coming through is, it's very interesting because they're focusing specifically right now on the word deplorable, right? Because, you know, and I want to describe this, the space by which seeing others in deplorable states energetically empowers those that are in unhealthy egoic ones, right? So, so seeing others, so you have to understand, seeing others in deplorable states satisfies, like it satisfies the unhealthy ego, right? Because you have to understand that someone who has an unhealthy ego literally there's no joy in their life. You have to imagine a situation or a circumstance where somebody's going around and they literally don't have a scrap of joy in their entire experience. They lose the ability to find joy. It becomes a joyless experience, right? Because everything, it's like, it's a Tantalus situation. Like, do you know the story of Tantalus? It's like, it's a perpetual hunger that is never satisfied because it never moves beyond the surface level, right? It's a perpetual hunger, okay? It's a perpetual hunger that never satisfies because it never, nothing ever moves beyond the surface level. Okay, and it's funny too because I tried to say level, and the word that came out was lover. Okay, news beyond the surface level. And so the space by which we identify and define and recognize the quality and condition by which um, energy works in that, then you have to understand that when, like, when another person, right, when another person is lost in their egoic state, then they are there's nothing worse than the modality by which they see somebody in a deplorable one and they feel satisfied by it, because it's the understanding by which they recognize that seeing the sadness in others brings them joy, right? Like, it's the space by which you understand that there's no joy. Like, it's a they themselves are in a deplorable state. So the thing about it is, um, it's interesting too, because energy like that will often have a tendency of not going away, right? Like, as soon, and you probably have noticed this, like, as soon as you try to move away from them, they potentially try to circle around you, because it's the modality or the experience by which you understand and identify. It really is ew energy. It's like ew to like the highest degree, right? Because it's the energy that claims, like, they claim they don't like something, right, until someone moves away from them, and then they literally start energetically hovering around that person because they like to complain about it, right? They like they like to fabricate the experience or the story by which another person is an energetic problem in their life, rather than recognizing that they themselves are the problem of their life. So there's something really important about that, because, in like, you have to understand, like, you can't, in a, like, in a way, I keep on hearing the angelic guide saying their ignorance is attention seeking, right? Their ignorance is, by its very nature, attention seeking. And the reason I keep on seeing that their ignorance is effectively attention seeking is due to the fact, right? Is due to the fact that the observation of the fact that every time you try to articulate to another, they're going to, like I keep on hearing, they're going to effectively try to identify that they don't know what you're talking about, right? Is like I keep on hearing, it's the frustration that they're trying to bring out in you, right? That creates, right? It's like it creates more energy. So the observation or the understanding that that is the quality and condition that you find someone in, then the guides are articulating that there's, like, all you do, right? Like, all you do when you accuse, I keep wondering, all you do when you accuse them directly is you inadvertently energetically empower. So your own ability, I keep on hearing, your own ability to um, work into the context of, I keep on seeing, identifying and building into, like, and I feel like it's interesting because I feel like this is what the guide, I'm hearing something about the guide articulating upon the fact that they're working with you to try to create infrastructures by which that could never happen again, is what I keep on seeing, right? Identifying, I keep on hearing, identify the infrastructure. Identify the infrastructure by which something could never happen again. because I just keep on seeing something about you doing that, right? Is you building into it's you building into the pathwork of bettering, right? It's you building into the process or the space by which you yourself are becoming, right? Like that is where a lot of your inner child healing resides, because your inner child healing, identifying and working to, like I feel like there's almost like the meditation in looking back to a past version of self and identifying and recognizing something that you could have had at that time that could have helped you effectively see more or know what to do about something. I feel like that is the work and the shape that you're building into, that's going to effectively change things, because I keep on seeing like that is the sound, right? Like that is the sound of you healing your inner child, right? And what heals the inner child is creating, right? What heals the inner child is creating an environment where something bad could never happen again. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at, taking a look here, we are also at 24.9K likes over on the over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, and guys, please remember not to reach out to individuals making false promises in terms of what they'll give you if you private message them. And Josie, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live, and thank you for the follow. Absolutely. Excellent. Perfect. I was giving you the angelic reading that you requested. I know several individuals like that. Hi there. How you doing today, Josie? Good to see you. And good to see you as well, Phoenix. Erica, we're not at 1 cards yet. We will be getting to 1 cards once we complete the personal readings today. Okay. Excellent. Hi there. How you doing today, Sister Shine? And you're so welcome, Stella. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Oh, is it working? Okay, good. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Per. All right, wonderful. So we did a pet reading for Per the other day, and we got some advice in terms of navigating a situation. Very glad to hear it. Wonderful. Okay, let's continue right now. All right, where are we? The next person we're reading for today is going to be Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a personal reading. Please let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. All right, let's continue right now. Hi there, Nikki. Are we doing a general or did you say we're doing a dream interpretation? And while we wait for Nikki, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Hi, dear. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hawk. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. And just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Okay. Okay. It sounds like this, it looks like this is outside tea. Are you comfortable with me sharing it? Yes, outside. All right. Not really a dream, but it's related. I've heard many people talk about dreams where their teeth are falling out or their teeth have fallen out. I realize there's some symbolism to these dreams from what I've read, but I have never had such dreams, at least that I remember. I have been contemplating why, given that I do have a lot of vivid dreams, apocalypses and such, but never ever the teeth falling out. And it seems to be pretty common for people to have those dreams. So I'm curious why I've never had a dream like that, if it means something spiritually, or why my guides never give me a dream like that. What's the scoop? Great question. Can I, it's actually interesting. It's a guide dream, huh? All right. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Yeah, guide dream. Can I get 4 cards for Nikki? Yeah, that makes sense. So, and you'll probably know that notice something about the way I interpret dreams versus how others interpret dreams. I am not someone who ascribes the fact that that there are like I do not ascribe the fact that there are precious symbols is the best way I can describe it, because I feel personally that precious symbols are precocious. Because the reason I like to identify that I feel that precious symbols are precocious is because, have you ever noticed the quality of a symbol becoming precious, right? A symbol becomes precious when everybody thinks that the symbol means the exact same thing, right? So, in the context by which a symbol becomes precious, it creates a chicken and an egg situation. Did the symbol always mean that? Or is it the popular opinion that others have proclaimed that the symbol means or relates to, right? And the thing about it, and I feel like that's often why I get very frustrated when there are those who are like, oh, I had a dream. And what happened in the dream? There were a lot of things happening, but there was an object in the dream. So I need to go run off and figure out what the object was. Because the thing is, objects, objects in dreams are like letters. And much like when we read cards, you have to put the object in the context of what's energetically occurring. Now here is where we get into the energetic relevance as it relates to the observation of a symbol that has a key meaning. Because when you exist, right? When you exist in the atmosphere, right? When you exist in the atmosphere where everyone's like, oh, you know what that means? It means this. Oh, you know what that means? It means this. Oh, you know what that means? It means this. Then all that's basically happening is the symbol is coming to mean something, but it means that not because it means that, but because now you believe it to be true because everyone around you has been telling you that it is so. So the thing is, I often notice a tendency, and it's not to say, right? And here's the funny thing, here's the wild thing about doing readings like that, which is it's not to say that I might have a reading that I do with someone and they're like, and I see a symbol that they ascribe a meaning to. And I'm like, and they say to me, does it mean that? And I'll often read and be like, oh, of course it does. But I say the reason, of course it does, is being like, of course it does, because to you, that's what it means, right? That's what rings true. Like that's what rings true. Like, do you believe that? Yes. So then it rings true, right? Because it's the observation, right? It's the trueness that is rung by the unconscious that is singing it, right? It's the truth that is rung by the unconscious that is singing it. So if I say to you, well, and where I'm from, I'm like, what does that mean? Well, where I'm from, it means this. I'm like, so then it is, right? So then it is. Because that's the sound of your unconscious singing that song, right? You're like, oh, well, where I come from, everybody says that if this happens, because okay, it's a banger of a song, isn't it? It's a banger of a song. It's just rolling around. You're unconscious, just rolling around all the time, like whistling that tune somewhere in its ether, and then appears in your dreams, and that's the way that the unconscious can communicate something to you. So my question is, to me, a symbol like that, I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that you've heard but your own family doesn't ascribe to. I wouldn't be surprised if you were in a situation by which you say, I've heard this, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you say something in relationality to saying, I've heard this, but those around me don't necessarily ascribe to it, right? Because the modality or the quality, right? What you're basically describing is the quality and condition of observing an energetic symbol, which is the modality by which you're saying, I've heard tell. And in the moment by which you say to me, I've heard tell, then I know that it's at a distance from you, right? You're already telling me, you're saying hear tell, right? You're saying I hear tell, because when you say hear tell, then what you're really saying is there is a proximity that I observe in that symbol in the space by which others hold that to be true. So even in the modality by which you communicated to me that it feels here told, then we see the fact that it's not energetically, qualitatively in direct proximity to you, right? Because the proximity to you would be the space by which you didn't say, I hear tell. You would say, those around me say this, right? And so I guarantee you that if you were in a situation by which you said, those around me say this, right? A closer, a closer cloister, as it were, a closer cloister of those that are like, it's true, right? Like a closer cloister of energy clustered upon the meaning of it would potentially be built into the space by which it's more the tendency of it appearing more in your dream space would potentially be more relevant. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm also going to tell you, I wouldn't be surprised if if it starts arriving in yours in yours now because we've started talking about it. So we're basically pulling the symbol towards you. So I just also want to tell you that. Okay. But the modality by which, right? The modality by which you recognize, right, that there are those who believe it means that, right? There are those who believe it means this or that, or those who experience it, is the identification of the architecture by which you identify the structure by which some may identify, right, with like there's and usually you can tell the proximity of a symbol by how sure another person ascribes to it, right, because it's the modality by which they've had firsthand experience with it. So that's not to say, and here's the thing about it that I find is interesting. This is not to say bottom of the deck on this, because that's what I meant about you just pulled the symbol closer to you. I wouldn't be surprised now if this is a symbol that starts appearing in your dream space. But the thing you have to understand is you can't ascribe the same meaning to it. You can't ascribe the same meaning to it. And this is where it's going to get a little weird, potentially and especially if I'm the one reading upon the dream. Because in the correlation by which I read for your dreams, it's also the attenuation point of understanding that I am also in the space by which I look into the understanding and the resolution, right? And the resolution of understanding that even in the observation by which you are someone who has your dreams interpreted, right? Then the way that I also read into it may lend into the experience by which you receive that symbol. It's complicated. Okay, it's complicated. It's complicated. It's complicated. But that's the long and short of it. And I hope that's a very I hope that's a, it was a very short answer to a very long, profound question, right? And that would also that's also why potentially. And again, as we were doing the dream, there was the articulate somebody in the comments. Someone articulated that their dog started barking because it gets a little complicated. It gets a little complicated when you take into consideration the valuation of symbols that also change in the context of the person perceiving them. It's complicated stuff. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like, Strega, get off that. Hold on a minute. If you would like to get off the list, I'm sorry, get off it. Okay. Get, I don't, we do not need to go through this every day. Oh, gosh. Okay. Speaking of which, it's perfect example. Perfect example. Oh my gosh. You can just use your words. Can you just use your words? Sorry. I need to add, I just need to add to that. As I was reading that, a perfect example to punctuate my point, Strega was doing something that I know she knows that I know I don't want her to do in order to get something. So it's the understanding of like what something means is correlated to what another person is able to take from it. So that was also building into what I was articulating upon. Thank you so much, dear, for having that reading with me. Continuing forward right now, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Correction. You will be the 4th person read for. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but again, Ella, the reason if you've got a lot of them coming through, that could be because it's something that's pervasive in the energy that's around you. I'm like, what's up with that? Mm-hmm. We're in the upside down. Mm-hmm. Oh, Lord. Yeah. But I need to point out in the context by which you might have it, it might not mean that it might not mean the same thing to you for that reason. Absolutely. It's interesting. Ugh, yeah. Ugh, yeah, cop that. Yeah. As a matter of course. Did I say that when I was reading Atomic? How you doing, Jer? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, banger. Yeah, but if there was only one, hmm, I give up. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. So it's interesting because um friends, families, and partners have had such, and random people, right? But I would not like I'm feeling like the space by which like, and I like to point out the space by which there's something ancestrally pervasive or related to us is often the space by which we might have the tendency of dreaming about it more. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very good point, atomic. Yeah, that was the word that was coming through. Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Nikki. Right there's it's not something that those that carry around you that hold with a pervasive feeling in relationality to feeling determined to know what it means. Yeah, complicated. Oh, that you did talk about it the other day. That's wild. So there you go. You have that dream. So we've already got it. Like you see, we've already got a synchronicity. The we already have a like a synchronicity. Why can't I get the word out? A synchronicity. Thank you. A synchronicity that is occurring in the space by which we're articulating on it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's fascinating, Nicole. Well, it's funny. I said that because, I said that because Strega was specifically on something that they knew that they shouldn't be. Yes. I'm going to start doing it that way. You're on the list, whether you like it or not. I like that. What something means is correlated to what another is able to take from it. Yeah. So even in the observation of the fact that I read for you, and the recognition that I am not circumspect in relationality to seeing a symbol and feeling the cohesion of the symbol that means things, then by that very characteristic, then it appearing in your dreams will potentially be different than the way others experience it. Excellent, Nicole. Nicole, did you get on the list? Yeah, we got. Yeah, I know. That's the thing with the dream space. It's a philosophical and metaphysical place. Yeah, that's what it's gonna. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, you were like the synchronicity of it fell right into your screen. Yeah, I'm gonna come back tomorrow with a dream. Exactly. That's what I meant. I'm like, don't be surprised. I was basically trying to say, don't be surprised if that occurs, because you're like you're pulling the symbol closer to you, right? All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you please let me know if you'd like a well, you're obviously here, but can you let me don't be scared. No, that's what I'm like. You have to do you understand? Like, did you hear what I just said? Okay. Did you hear what I just said in relationality to the fact that it's probably not going to have the same meaning that you yourself are used to hearing others say? Because I just said this. All right, let's continue right now. All right. Per, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading? Okay. Do I have consent? Do we have consent to read for them? Can you please confirm if we have consent? Have I had such dreams? None that are coming out, so none that are immediately arising, but my dream space is very weird. Like, don't, like, when I like my dream space is very weird. Okay. It's you know, if only I could, interpret my dreams with the accuracy that I can interpret yours. All right. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you getting that consent, per. Okay, perfect. Okay, where are we? And where's their question? No, I always like, Nicole, I point this out. I point this out to those who I mentee, particularly when it comes to readings. And this is like, the two hardest people you will ever read for are people that you know intimately, because you're so close. It's hard for others to believe what it is that you're articulating, that you see. And the most difficult person to read for is the self, because we just we're too, it's too, it's not that you can't do it, but you got, it's some of the hardest, it's the hardest person to read for, you know. Got it. Thank you for letting me know, per. All right. I've got some inside tea I need to read, so while we wait for the inside, just bear with me. I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer. How are you honoring your evolution? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I get it. Um, um, so there's something very important to, there's something very important to navigate in the realms of identifying. Um, in the realms of identifying and navigating another's no. And I have to describe that there's something very important that occurs in the quality of I like to point this, the best way that we can be the best caretakers that we can in any situation is the modality or the experience by which we're able to show someone else the architecture of our no, right? Because a no should have architecture around it, right? When we're doing our job as caretakers effectively, then when one articulates a no, you literally say, let me show you something. Like your no should show, right? So it's the modality by which you say no and say, here, no. But let me, like, when you say no, say, here, I gotta show you something, right? And so then when you're being an effective caretaker and you articulate a no, then your no shows, right? You go, here, let me, like, no, and the no doesn't just stay there. It's a no that shows. It goes, let me show you some stuff, right? And so you take someone in the act of being a great caretaker, you take someone through the process of identifying why they have discovered a no, right? Just saying, well, look, I want to show, like, like it becomes like, I want to show you some stuff, right? So then you go, look at this, look at that. Yeah, this is some stuff I haven't shown you, but this is why I'm showing you my no, right? You show when you're doing the job intelligent, like when you're doing the job in a healthy way, we work to show our no's, which is to say, no, I'll show you the work. I'll show you all of the work that I put together to identify why I have to say no to that, right? And that is a no that grants shelter, because when our no's show, they grant shelter. So when our no's show, they grant shelter because, right here, like imagine a world where we would like to say yes to things, right? We would like to say yes, but occasionally we have to say no. And in the context by which we say no, our no grants shelter, right? The context by which the no grants shelter is the space by which we can show another person why the no is ultimately working to energetically protect, right? To energetically protect someone from something we know is not best for them, right? So there it is, right? Like there's often the space. And what happens is we often lose, right? One of the major things that sometimes happens in there are many different ways to maturate, but one of the most traumatizing ways to maturate is the identification of a no that is not that does not make sense, right? One of the most traumatizing ways to maturate is a no that doesn't have any. It's a discovery that another person's no lacks any sense or meaning. And in that experience is usually the modality by which we ourselves become caretaker. We have to become caretaker for ourselves, because in the moment by which we recognize that another person's no lacks any logical sense or meaning, then we have to navigate, right? We have to navigate that the conversation that we're having with someone isn't one that's potentially, like, isn't one that is potentially based upon our best interest, but something like that's the moment by which we realize that even if another person intends to, right, and even without meaning to, it's the modality by which we recognize that our best interest is not being, right? Our best interest is not being the subject of that no, but rather having to navigate another person's inclination, right? And I feel like, again, I'm not sure because I don't know this. I'm reading through to them. I feel like I see a situation where something between them became clear in this way. Some kind of observation by which I keep on hearing something about a fickleness in relationality, to, like, whether I keep on hearing whether there's something there, like whether there's something there that needs to be energetically addressed is what I keep on seeing, right? The space by which another person is working through something, but the space by which another person feels that they need to protect. And that's what's hard about it, because when you recognize that in another, then the feeling of anxiety is the space by which you have to hold one's best interest more protectively, right? And the thing about it with that is, and I feel like what's hard about that is it often creates a fast maturation process by which the person, the child, like the person themselves becomes the energetic caretaker, because they recognize that they're navigating, they're navigating directions towards them that are based more on inclination than solid sense. So I feel like I see something that's occurred there, and I feel like I almost see somebody who had to go through like something, some kind of wound that occurred that brought someone into that understanding very quickly, is what I keep on getting. Like somebody who had to mature, like, again, the minute that happens, you have to understand it's really shocking when that happens, because the minute it happens, it's almost like an immediate awakening process, right? It's like literally everything that changes from one minute to the next, right? You literally go from child into parent, right? You literally grow in a moment, in the moment by which the no doesn't make sense. So I feel like I see somebody who had a wound by which they had to grow in a moment when they acknowledged or realized that someone's no did not make any sense. And in the space by which they had to go through that, is why I potentially see the fact that there's something that exists between them that feels fundamentally unsettling, specifically and particularly because I see the fact that it almost feels like an energetic role reversal, where the energy of the child feels like they have to navigate the parent's choices, or the energies, like an energy's choice, in such a way that they have to facilitate and try to seek meaning from it by being able to energetically unpack or understand the context by which another person is arriving to understanding of things. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly, I need to point out there's also something happens in terms of becoming the ancestral protector of a lineage. So there's something often that occurs in the space by which, like, one individual that effectively sees something like that and recognizes, like it's interesting too, because like from the perspective of the guides, that individual usually becomes the ancestral protector, because it's the energy that's like, look, like I know that this is not, like, I know this isn't the right choice, like I know that this is not the inclination, but this is the right thing to do, right? Which is often like it's often the sense by which another person, like, I like to point this out, like the most sensible person in the room often feels like the most lonely. because they don't feel like they're operating they don't feel like they're operating they don't feel like they're operating on feelings, but rather on facts. And so I wouldn't be surprised if that's something. I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that they've had to energetically navigate in relationality to having to work and I like to point this out. Like I wouldn't be surprised if there's like bad feelings around them in relationality to them making very sensible choices. Because often I like to point this out, what you'll notice with energy like that is you'll thank me later, and then energy that tries to claim credit for the good prudence that someone had in the moment by which everyone else was eschewing and reviling them for having it, right? It's a hard space to be in. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes today. I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. In relationality, if what I read for them rings true, then I would say understanding the best way to navigate a relationship like that is to look at somebody with the compassion that you would have for a child, right? And the modality by which, like the way you can effectively heal that connection is the space by which you understand that if that's how they like if that's something that occurred, then it's okay, because I keep on hearing we help children into understanding. We don't get upset at them for lacking it, right? It requires us, it almost feels like I keep on hearing, I know they probably don't want to hear it, but it's like have you tried putting a little compassion on it? I know it's not easy. I know it's not easy, but it says to me like that's what's going to potentially help a situation in that way. Thank you so much again for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. It's a great time to get on the list. If you'd like to get on the list, you will be the second person read for. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Yeah, very well said, Nikki. Excellent. Hi there, Pisces. And just reading back. Okay, Virgo moon blocks me out in my head all day. I see eye rolls from my guys as I type this. I mean, here's the thing. Virgo moon is exquisite energy. But you have to understand, if you have a Virgo moon, you're holding yourself. Like, how is that unreal? Like, how is that completely wild standard you're holding yourself to? How's that going for you? You know what I mean? How is that? How is that incredibly? How is that incredibly beautiful, but completely incredibly incredibly rigid ideal that you're holding? Like it's hard. You have to understand that ideals just because we feel like we fall short of our ideals doesn't mean that's how other people perceive us. Like that's often what a Virgo moon has to navigate. Rude. I know. Not my tea. Exactly. I'm honoring my evolution by appreciating the experience that have helped me evolve. Tap to claim. Yeah, going to be a heavy one. Mm-hmm. And Melissa, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Mm. Yeah, it does give that vibe, doesn't it? I can see a cab. Yeah. I get a lot of no's from my guides. I feel the pain. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah. Bordeaux. I like that. Oh, we're arguing about it. My last reading, I was seeking, yeah, I see the Bordeaux, yeah. My last reading, I was seeking help, and my guide said, let her handle it alone. Oh my goodness, you kidding, Tilly? Sending you support, dear. I think Per or Avatar, they should auction off their journal as they finish them. Tea heaven. Okay, thank you for confirming what I was reading there, Per. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we do dream interpretations here, Tilly, if you want to get on the list for a dream reading. Very true. They're the caregiver for the caretaker for sure. Yeah, boop 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 upgrade. I like that, Nikki. Yeah, it is. It does give quantum leap vibes. Yeah, it reminds me of me. A lot of responsibility. Why do we always have to go see? Why can't we just not have to find answers? Yeah, but again, she's breaking a lot of the family issues, right? But breaking them is building anew. But it's not easy for energy that's doing that work, right? It's not for the ease. It's not for easement. Yeah, the most sensible is the most lonely. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Per, and sending them support on their journey. Hold on a moment. Hi there. Um, oh, I didn't intend to, Dennis, but it happened to work out that way. Thank you, dear. Good to see you today. I mean, Roslyn, you say that, but yet you find yourself here. You find that yourself here, and something here was so compelling that it felt like you needed to say something in the chat so that I would address my attention to you. So it's clear that you're working through some shadow work in terms of, like, I need to point out, if you felt like that, you wouldn't be here watching. So I think that that's something that you might want to explore or observe, because nobody is forcing you to be in this room. There's literally a million other places that you can choose to be, and yet something has drawn you here. I'm not here to convince you against that, nor do I feel the fact that that's not my place. But I think that the conscientious understanding about the fact that you felt so compelled to be here, that not only are you perceiving it in a space by which no one is directing anything towards you, but you felt the need to state something. Clearly you are in need of something. So I've got a simple rule here. You can stay as long as you're compassionate and caring in the chat space, and that includes myself as well. If not, then I hope you find what you're seeking. Thanks. Yeah, the universe gives us what we can handle. It's actually a compliment in a way. That's beautifully stated. Well said, Per. Well said, Nikki. Yeah, where the observe, don't absorb plays in. Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. I'm tired of them telling me to be patient. It makes me very much more impatient with a splash of frustration. I understand. But you have to understand, right? Patient isn't waiting, right? Patient doesn't mean you're not doing something. Patient means that you're progressing through something. Excellent. Getting on the list. Looking forward to it, Nicole. Breaking old ancestral trauma is not for the weak. It's not for the weak, not for the meek. Hero's journey. Tap to claim. Yeah, you can absolutely use your gift from Avatar yesterday. Excellent. All right, Nicole, you're now on the list. Excellent. All right. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. I love that. No force in this, fam. Tap to claim. I just want to be here for it if I do. I understand, dear. Is there anyone who is on the list with joyful stuff or animals? We need that. It's been some heavy readings. It's been some heavy readings. Yep, absolutely. No, I don't think it was bleak. Mine has animals. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list right now, the next person on the list right now is Bianca. Bianca, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. I believe you already posted yours in general. Just got like a wave of exhaustion when I went to read for you. Okay. All right, let's figure out what's going on here. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay. Okay, one moment, please. You got to bring it with your own little teacup. I like that. Yes, I did. And Hardy, thank you for those roses. Makes sense. Yeah. Oh, look at you, Bridget. You got it. Well done. It's not in the deck. I like that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well done. Boom. All right, where are we? All right, perfect. Guys, I'm going to pin up. Oh, good. It's outside tea. Let's see. Okay, outside tea. Honestly, and again, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. We read for here. Life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. All right, where are we? Honestly, I'm not exactly sure what specific reading would serve me best right now. So I'm just going to share what's on my heart and leave the space open for my guides to bring through whatever guidance I need to hear. I just hit a massive milestone and graduated, and my life is going through some major transitions right now, including my partner moving in this week. I'm hoping to use my upcoming family vacation to fully unwind, recalibrate, and get some clarity on how I want to move forward. But as a Virgo sun, it is so hard for me to just sit still and not have a list of structured goals right now. I'm trying to just enjoy life in the present, but it feels so foreign. Maybe this chapter is literally just teaching me how to relax for once. Career wise, I work as a production planner. I'm really good at what I do, but I'm craving something that feels deeply fulfilling. And I've been tossing around the idea of esthetician school. I have good days at work where I really like what I do, but then other days where I don't. I've also thought about just pursuing hobbies out of work for a while and focusing on myself. Now that this huge graduation goal is checked off the list, I want to look at my bigger life path and purpose. What do my guides want me to know or focus on as I step into this next chapter? Beautifully stated. So there's something very interesting. Um, wow. There's something very interesting that I see is happening right now for you, because um, the one thing I feel like the thing that you're potentially, and you're probably going to recognize this, um, especially when you articulate to me that you're a Virgo sun, which is relaxing is a state. See, even as I started reading for it, relaxing is a state of mind, right? There are many different ways through which we relax. Um, and the one thing I'm identifying in relationality to something I'm seeing is I feel like I see you going through, right, this period of expansion. And what's interesting about that period of expansion that I'm currently seeing is I feel like a lot of the work I see and identify that you're going to be effectively doing is working into the quality and condition of being able to identify um, something, not just something that is energetically supportive, but the, and it's interesting too, because, and it's funny because one of the things that's coming up in this reading is actually referring back to a reading I did earlier today, which is working through, and that's why I said, wow, because we've got the ladder energy coming back up, right? And it's the same exact ladder to a certain extent that we saw in the previous reading, right? And here's the thing I keep on getting. The nice thing, right? The nice thing, the thing that I think that you need to be able to say to yourself, right? The thing that I think is going to be helpful for you during this period of time is the ability to say to yourself, it's nice to have a ladder. Okay? And the reason I keep on hearing the words, it's not like it's nice to have a ladder, right? Is effectively a koan. And the reason it's a koan is because it can mean, right? It can mean many different things depending on how you effectively perceive it at this moment in your own experience, right? Because in the space by which you articulated or identified the fact that you've recently graduated, it's nice to have a ladder isn't indicating the fact that you now have a letter that's a ladder, right? It's nice to have a ladder because your graduation, your letter is effectively your ladder because it allows you to arrive to things with an energetic credential. So that's the first way you can read this koan. The other way to say, and also in the space by which you say it's nice to have a ladder, is because ladder also means lateral, right? And lateral is the identification point of the fact that you've moved into, right? The fact that you moved into divine union, and the space by which you've moved into divine union is now having someone that is laterally building with you. So the modality by which something is made easier, specifically and particularly because you've got somebody who you're working with laterally, is the observation of being able to understand the quality and condition of the difference of experience in the context of the self versus working in partnership with another. The other way we see ladder is the space by which you amplify and articulate upon the hobbies. And you have to understand, and this is where I'm getting the space by which you have to understand that everyone relaxes differently, right? And your form of relaxation, right? You have to understand that your form of relaxation is probably a circumstance or situation by which you feel like you can finally relax when you feel like there's ladders everywhere, right? And what does ladders everywhere mean? It means options, 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 right? So the observation of you understanding that you pursuing a hobby that if push came to shove, right? If push came to shove, could evolve into a profession is effectively you. That's not you. That's not a hobby. You can't call it a hobby. It's a ladder, right? And it's a space by which it's nice because it's something that you don't have to take seriously in the context of learning. But the more you learn, if the day ever comes that you choose to do so, well, there's that ladder, right? There's that ladder. There's that ladder I've been working on, right? So I want you to kind of think about that because I feel like that, right? I feel like that koan, the reason that the guide, like the reason your guide is delivering that koan is because it has, right? It has a lot of different ways that it applies to your particular moment and your ability of bringing that in as you contemplate upon things will potentially help you, right? Build into the shape of what you feel that you should best concentrate on at this moment. Bottom of the deck on this reading, the Wheel of Fortune, the Wheel of Fortune in its reversal, and I think that I think you probably recognize this as someone who has a Virgo placement. The hard thing with a Virgo placement is working on the fact that things don't feel perfect yet. What if this is perfect? Right? What if this is your perfect? Right? And if you say to me it's not, right? And I'm like, "Okay, can you please define the state or nature by which something could become more perfect?" Right? That I feel like is the best way that's going to help you reach that ladder because that I keep on hearing this isn't, and this is what you kind of have to remember right now. And I think that this is different than what you've been in into, right? This isn't you trying to climb away. Like this isn't you trying to climb away from an experience. This is you fine tuning something, right? This is you being able to navigate and recognize what it is that you're setting about working to modify, adjust, or change to be able to bring something into. I keep on hearing, think about bringing things into a better bliss state, right? Because your better bliss state is actually how you're going to relax. And if you recognize that your relaxation, your favorite relaxation, your favorite remember, relaxation is a method, right? And if you realize that your favorite method of relaxation is building a better bliss state, then you have to recognize, you have to come to terms with the fact that you might not ever be the type of person who finds relaxation in doing nothing, but the state by which you're fine tuning something and finding bliss, that is the space by which you are actually relaxing, right? So sometimes, like, I feel like that's often what that's often what happens with Virgo placement. Someone being like, when do you relax? And being like, I am relaxing. Like, relaxing comes in many different forms. It's not, and I feel like it's a space by which we teach our, when we recognize we don't need to conform, right? You don't need to conform to another person's, you don't need to conform to another person's perception of relaxation, right? You just need to get better at refining what it is for you. Thank you so much. For having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And just bear with me a moment. And just a reminder to anyone joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you are also entitled to, you can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. And if you become a paid member, your paid membership also includes the discounted rate on the readings, as well as a free 1 card each day. And thank you guys for sending congratulations. First of all, yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. It's a huge accomplishment. Wonderful. And movement. Thank you for those roses. Oh, thank you, Unique. Wishing you an absolutely beautiful day as well. Thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the comments. Hi there, Chris. And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I love that, Nicole. I know so the problem is I'm trying to resolve the fact that when I plug the mic in, it's not charging my phone. So unfortunately, I have to disconnect the mic when my phone is running out of battery. Yeah, it's not ideal. Angel, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Maxine. Yeah, that's how I feel. I think pursuing aesthetics seems interesting, but I don't know if it'll ever be. But this is exactly the right type of energy to move into that pursuit with, right? Something that you enjoy doing, but if you ever needed to, it would be there, right? John, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. These are donation-based readings, so it would be 3 cards for 29 for non-subscribers. Yeah, anything substantial, but just seems fun. Excellent. Yes, exactly. But it's so strange because I don't know what perfect actually is. This is you finding it, right? Yeah, I've never thought of it that way, but that resonates. I don't think I can conform to others' version of relaxation. I totally feel that because my partner is just like, be still. And I'm like, this isn't relaxing. I get you. Absolutely. Yes. Sometimes I can't even just sit still and watch. Yeah. The comments are very helpful with finding a new hobby. Yeah, I need to do laundry, workout, something at the same time. But that's the thing about it, right? You're identifying what relaxing feels like or means to you. Or like, absolutely. I have so much respect for people who can. Oh, I agree. Hi there, man, Kiki. Yeah, I've been here playing. Oh, that's wonderful. You're so welcome, Minnie, and thank you for having that reading with me and wishing you so much support on that journey. And again, congratulations. It's a huge accomplishment. Excellent. Analyzing information of interest is relaxing to me. There you go. Perfect example. All right. Well, and I'd also say, like, in terms of that, Mr. Y, I mean, the way that we understand, like, the way that we understand the type of energy that we feel comfortable with often describes, like, the nature by which we understand our relationships better as well. How you doing today, Soul Empath? Good to see you. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nicole. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be. I'm actually going to go ahead and close the list after this reading. But if you want to get on the list, I'm going to be offline tomorrow. But if you want to get on the list after that, if you'd like to get on the list for Friday, anyone who gets on the list today will have first priority for Friday, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Excellent. Oh, Julia, amazing. Safe travels. Absolutely. Wonderful. And thank you so much for the follow, Sunday. Excellent. Where were we? Let's continue reading here. Okay. So, Nicole, is this inside tea or outside tea? Oh, it's outside. Got it. Okay, perfect. All right. And before we continue right now, and for anybody who's waiting for a one card reading, we're going to get started on one cards after this reading. So if you would like to become a super fan and have a one card reading, just hit the orange icon there. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also receive a one card by becoming a paid member there. All right, and just taking a moment to read over the comments that came through. Before we continue with this reading, I feel inclined to draw the animal spirit card before I start reading the reading. So I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. We'll do it again after the next reading, and I'm going to pin up. Nicole there, guys. Make sure to give Nicole some love. Okay. I had a good day yesterday, so I'm confused on what energetically went wrong or downhill. I felt pulled to meditate for an extended period of time last evening. I wanted to particularly identify each guide's energy by clearing my own and bringing one at a time into my space, just to get more clarity when messages come through of which guide I'm getting them from. Anyways, I don't know what I was expecting, but I was not expecting what I received. Each guide's energy showed me themselves as animals. Not just one animal, I could handle that. But each guide's energy brought in a different magnetic vibration of energy when called in. The first guide showed me an eagle hawk and thunderbird flying off with lightning. Interesting. Then the next was a lion morphing into something else, then showed me a caribou. I'm confused on how to interpret what exactly they were presenting me. I saw a fox at some point. I was overwhelmed. Clarity on the energy and why the animals. Am I focusing too hard on the spirit guide cards? Or what is this? And then once I ended that and called back my energy, I was overtaken by the loss of my pet and proceeded to have an entire meltdown and cried for hours. I did not sleep very much. I just grieved, but it felt like it came out of nowhere. I was finally feeling at peace with her sudden departure and got an overwhelming download from her or my guides or something. The whole morning went downhill after last night also. It's like as soon as I stand up, something hits me and reminds me I'm not done with grieving, but I know she wants me to be. Any clarity or energy surrounding this would be helpful. The animals seem very interesting. Okay. Yeah. Mhm. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm laughing, but you've got a very funny guide around you. Um, and the like it's hard too because um the thing I keep on getting is, and I wanted like the thing I keep on seeing, and the reason it's hard, like even in the space by which I read for you, the guide keeps on showing me um like where you're heading into, and it's so much better. It's so much better than where you are now because I keep on getting this is the absurd part is what I keep on hearing. And I want you I need you to write that down. Okay? It's very important. It's very important that you write down this is the absurd part. Okay? Because the reason I keep on seeing you trying to navigate, I already blocked you. Hold on a minute. Perfect case in point because I already blocked this person and they're back again, which shouldn't be able to happen. Um, Perfect example again, just validating what I just said. Okay, so this is the absurd part. Is often the space by which we say, why is this happening? Right? Like the space by which we often articulate and say, like, you've got to be kidding me. Right? Like you've got to be kidding me right now because it often feels like that moment where it feels like a lot of the energetic hits feel like they're compounded, right? And even in the space by which I see, like I keep on seeing the space by which, and I want to point this out, the fact that the guides appeared to you in this way is an amplification and articulation upon how proud they are of you. Okay? Because the one thing I keep on seeing, and I need to stress this, um, our guides do not want to work. A healthy guide does not want to work with us in the space by which healthy guides do not work off of directives. right? A healthy relationship with a guide should feel like a conversation, not a direction. And so the reason that the guides are coming towards you at this time in the form of animals is because they're trying to show you the energetic shape of the energy, but without coming into, right, without coming into the space by which they don't want to interrupt. They don't want to interrupt your own journey of understanding yourself at this time. There is a word associated to this that I will send you privately, because what you're basically identifying, right, is they are showing you the stacked formula of their energy, right? They're showing you the stacked formula of their energy in the experience of being able to articulate what is energetically occurring there. I also see that this is something that is energetically potentially connected to a past life that you experience, because the modality by which the guides are taking this opportunity to arrive to you in that form and fashion is something that is specifically ascribed to a particular spiritual path. Okay. So this is saying to me that there are two things that this dream is effectively it's not only a guide reading, but it's also a past life reading, because it is the guide, right? It's the guides that are returning back to you through the course of recall by showing you the way that they used to arrive to you in relationality to the particular path that is energetically connected to the modality by which they are presenting themselves, not from the modality of one particular animal spirit, but the formulaic equivalent of what the combination of force is. Now, we have to effectively break down. You've got two guides here, okay? And I'm going to do my best to try to articulate to you what we're seeing that the two guides are trying to communicate to you. All right? The first guide, the first guide is your energetic guide, okay? And they are the combination force, right? They're presenting that they're introducing themselves to you as the equivalency point, right? The guide is introducing you to their energetic signature through the equivalency point of saying an eagle and a hawk, right? An eagle and a hawk and a a thunderbird that's flying off with lightning, because it is the understanding, right? You see, like you see a lot of that. Like, I need to point out, you picked all of the sacred birds, right? It's a lot of the energy that articulates the fact that they are energetically representative towards like the sacred birds, because you literally stated all a majority of the sacral birds that we effectively build into as it relates to helping. And this is one of the things that that guide does, helps one get a better sense of perspective. And that's why it's very hard for me to read for you on it, because that particular guide has a tendency of being somewhat more energetically jovial, right? They have a tendency of being more jovial they're seeing things because they're seeing things from a higher perspective, right? So that's why every time and so I also have to take into consideration, it's been very hard for me. It's been very hard for me as a reader, because every time you communicate something that's energetically happening, I can't help. You've probably noticed this tendency where I start reading for you and I start laughing and I get mad at myself. Even in the space by which I'm laughing, I'm like, what? Like, I'm like, this is not funny, but it's the energy that is associated with the guide. And it's not, and I keep on hearing, it's not a negative laughter, right? It's like it's like a belly laugh is the best way I can describe it, right? It's very much like it's coming from here, which means it's very heavily corded because and that would also be, this is a sacral energy, right? This is a sacral energy because it says that you're in the process, right? That you're in the process, you're in a rebirthing process, right? So that's why I keep on getting the modality by which I see you going through a lot of emotions, and they are effectively articulating it to a space by which they're trying to hold you because they're recognizing that something energetically important is happening. And this is bringing us into, right? This is bringing us into, I haven't even drawn, like, yeah, this is like, again, right, the observation, and this is like I keep on getting, the energy is almost like it's drawing the cards here, the energy is almost apologizing for the fact that they've got a jovial quality to them, right? They're apologizing because they have a jovial quality to them, but they can't help they can't help being energetically jovial because because of the, like, that is the energy by which that's why they were showing you, right? That's why they were showing you the birds, because they're saying that that's where they're seeing something. So the other guide that we're seeing, this is not a guide. I mean, this is a guide. There's two different things happening in the reflection point of the other form that you're seeing, because the other energy that you identified, that you said was a lion that was morphing into something that you saw that is a caribou. The reason that you started crying upon the individual of the spirit that you lost is that's the process that that spirit is currently going through. That was the guide. The first guide was showing you that they were with the energy in spirit that is in the process of a transformation process. And the modality by which you identified that they were a lion that's changing into a caribou, which is why you saw the fox afterwards, because it's saying, remember, right? Remember the symbol of the fox, because what was the symbol of the fox trying to articulate to you? The ability to energetically trust the process, right? To energetically trust the process, because it's the identification point of the energy that's communicating to you in spirit that they have every intention of returning back to you. But it's a reaffirmation of the reading that I already articulated, which is the fact by which they did not feel that they were in a form that was ideal to energetically work with you or to protect you. So that is why we see them showing you again. The reason you got so upset was because, again, it's the affirmation of the fact that they're still around you, and they're reaffirming to you the fact that they're in the process of energetically transforming or changing. And this is why you potentially felt, that's probably why you felt so re-triggered, because in the modality by which you felt their energy in the space of the meditation, it's not unusual for a lot of feelings to come up, because that's effectively the fact that you are still, right? The fact that you are still navigating, the fact that that had to energetically occur does not mean that it's still not energetically difficult. Much like, right? Much like a rebirth process, but it's also symbolic of you to a certain extent, because you are also going through a rebirth process. And the fact by which you identified, right? The fact by which you identified the space by which you said it felt like things were going downhill, right? But then you say, you get up and something reminds you that you're not done grieving. Bottom of the deck on this message, right? Your first priority right now is to make sure that you're taking care of yourself, right? The modality or the experience by which you're energetically working through things is being able to understand that you are also worthy of nurturing. And the space by which, right, like I literally, the thing about it, and I keep on seeing one of the reasons, like I keep on getting, I feel like one of the reasons that you felt like you had to go back down again, so I almost feel like it's one of your guides being like, go, like rest. Like I almost feel like the energy going, rest, give yourself, right? It's okay to rest. It's okay to take some time to rest if you need it, because it's the observation of like it's the observation of understanding that you're navigating a lot, and the condition by which you allow for the prioritization point of your own, like your own energy, right? Make sure that you're prioritizing rest at this time, because I keep on getting the guide say prioritizing rest because you're effectively going through an energetic rebirthing process, and there's a lot to navigate there, and your ability of being able to navigate it is your energetic awareness of, right, even as you're doing so, right, on top of all of that, you're working through, right, you're going through a spiritual journey in the process of having to navigate a lot of I keep on hearing, in the process of having to navigate like in a less than ideal moment is what I keep on getting. And the reason I'm saying that is, and that this is often what happens. Like this is often what happens. Like this is why often we talk about spiritual journeys. Spiritual journeys often happen at the least ideal time. It's like much like a birth, much like a birth being like, oh, like not the most ideal time, but like like that's just how we navigate it, right? Because sometimes we understand, and that's what we meant, we recognize in relationality to trusting the process, right? The space by which, like I keep on hearing, the space by which you don't get reactive, right? The space by which you don't get reactive in that moment but get restive is you prioritizing the care of yourself in relationality to observing, right? Like observing, not absorbing, what it is that you are effectively moving through. And I keep on getting like, and I feel like I keep on hearing, like, I feel like your guides, like I keep on seeing your guides that like are like trying to identify to you how proud they are of how you're effectively navigating it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list. You can get on the list for Friday, and you will be the first person read for. You'll have priority before we begin the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. And again, if you want to reach out to me, I'll give you clarity on the word that I was. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Okay. Oop, 1 minute. Oop, there we go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. Like the Virgo moon, you're not losing it. I know you feel like you're losing it right now. I'm going to tell you right now you're gaining it. I want you to like I want you to understand that. It's going to like you have to kind of recognize that. Mhm. And just reading over. And Sunday, thank you for the follow. It's like Tetris and Sudoku combined. Oh dear. Mhm. And thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, this is the absurd part. I don't think, I mean, I like to point out, BT, I don't think we're ever done grieving. I think anyone who's navigated grief understands that grief does not go away, it transforms. And thank you as well, Ascend. Yeah, it can only get better. Sending you support. Yeah, beautifully stated, Per. I worded that wrong. I just kept hearing her tell me she wants me to remember her different. And it's interesting too because I tried to say worded, but what came out was warded, right? Which is I keep on seeing like the space by which I keep on getting. I don't like the space by which I see somebody, right? I feel like that was them trying to show you exactly where they are on their journey right now, to reaffirm to you that they're still present, even if they're in the process of changing. Mm-hmm. Wow. Oh, sending you so much support, dear. Mm-hmm. Goosebumps. Thank you for confirmation. Yeah, and you pulled the strength card. Thank you for confirming. I was going to say those two together would be very much equivalents of the strength card. Awesome. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, exactly. Spiritual awakenings are like, do you have a moment? No. Well, you do it like it doesn't just not not really ideal, doesn't no, it's not ideal, but it's very much like this is when it's happening. It's happening. Yeah, it's like yeah, that's how it works. Hmm. Nobody expects the spiritual awakening. All right, one moment, please. And Ansak, thank you for the follow. Oh, Ella, sending you support on that journey too. Yeah, we carry our grief with us, and sometimes it's heavy, but sometimes it's light. Beautifully stated, Bridget. Sometimes even in the same day, incredibly stated. And sometimes it sneaks up on us. Thank you, Estef. We're very aware Yeshua loves us. All right, let's continue right now. Next, we are now doing personal readings. We are going to be we're now going to be well, we've been doing personal readings. We're doing one card readings now. Okay. One card readings. What do we got coming through? What do we got coming through? Excellent. Yeah, very heavy last evening. Highest and best right now. All right. Where were we? Mm-hmm. Highest and best for Julia, please. We've got the Four of Swords in its upright. So I feel like there's something important there in being able to make sure that you're taking some time for yourself to prioritize rest. Um, Bottom of the deck, yeah, you got double fours coming through. Allocate time. Like say this is a time that you're working and this is a time that you're relaxing, and make sure that you're like I keep on hearing like make sure that you're giving yourself that space in order to get everything accomplished. Yeah, especially with the Raven energy. Um you know, the thing I keep on seeing particularly with Raven energy is um working through the observation of like honoring the journey of what it is that you yourself are working to overcome is what I keep on seeing, or the space by which you help another person. I keep on hearing the space by which we build strength is by creating empathy. So the ability by which we're able to articulate and identify to another the value and power of something we're energetically conveying is the experience by which we help another person see something from our perspective. Ava, one card on month. Okay. Alignment is your birthright. How does that change things? Yeah. Four of Pentacles in its reversal. Alignment is your birthright. You're not failing to do it. You're actively walking into it. You're not failing to do it. You're actively walking into it. Thank you, Ava. One card. Oh, okay. I got you, Bridget. That's an intriguing word you got there. Which one? Which one? Which one? You know, like, there's something there's something very important. There's something very important in recognizing and identifying, um, you know, the ability to work through things is navigated by, like, I feel like you have a beautiful I feel like you have a beautiful gift. It's not a beautiful gift. I mean, it's very hard when you can see the intentions of others, is what I keep on getting. Um, particularly with the animal, like especially with this earth dragon energy. I feel like there's something valuable and important there in relationality to working through, the working through the energetic frustration of, working through the energetic frustration as it relates to others' inability to effectively communicate upon what their needs are. So I feel like, you know, as long as you are doing that, it's not too much to ask of another person. As long as you are doing that, it's not too much to ask of another person, is what I keep on getting. And the thing about it is, like, the observation, like the understanding and the observation of the recognition of understanding, like I keep on hearing, um, sometimes simple courtesy, I keep on getting to, sometimes simple courtesy is the closure. Sometimes simple courtesy is the closure. I'm going to write that down for you because I think that there's something about that that's important too. Okay. And sending you so much support in your journey, dear. One card highest for Ivana, please. Let's see here. Got two cards coming through. We've got the Six of Wands in its upright, in combination with the Six of Cups in its upright. So I feel like I'm seeing something there. The Six of Wands in its upright with the Six of Cups in its upright is talking towards, right? Identifying and recognizing what feels energetically positive and productive moving forwards is like I keep on seeing, um, allow the context, right? Allow the context of your, like, I keep on getting walk with confidence, and those that are in alignment with you will follow after you, is what I keep on hearing. Particularly and especially with this Knight of Swords and it's upright, because I need to describe like the thing with, like, I feel like in a way, like, I have to keep on hearing, like, when you've already overcome something, um when you've already overcome something, another person, like, when you've already overcome something, then it's like you see the absurdity of something, or you identify, it's almost like saying to me, like, the absurdity of another, that potentially the absurdity of another who continues to effectively challenge one's own energetic standard instead of respecting, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit. Yeah, especially with the boar energy. If you are respective, like, if you're respective of others in that context, then it's okay for them to be respective of you too, right? It's not the space, like, you should be like, your respectiveness is calibrated with the fact that energy that's working with you will be as respectful towards those standards as you yourself hold them to be, right? And anything you need to determine in relationality to working through that is the observation of being able to navigate and work through. I just keep on seeing, like, the you trying to do something as well as you can. The only sound you should hear from those around you is, how can I help? Is what I keep on hearing. I keep wondering, how can I help? Not, I can't help it, is what I keep on getting. Alexandra. We've got the Death card and it's upright, but I feel like that's you. Like, it's interesting too, because I feel like this card is connected to one of your guides, because it's the observation of working through, like, you're very, you know, your ability to overcome adversity. Like, I feel like I feel like there's something about the way that you appear that others don't recognize what you've been through, is what I keep on getting, right? And I like to point this out. Um, you know, like, it's saying to me, like, the space by which, like, you like, I keep on hearing you terrify bullies. But the reason I keep on hearing bullies are terrified, right? The thing that terrifies bullies is energy that just sees, right? Energy that sees a bully terrifies a bully, because it's the observation of another person that just, like, I feel like it's the observation of another person that just kind of observes, right? It just kind of observes, being like, what are you doing? I'm watching, right? What's the like like, because the only one who gets disturbed by being watched is a bully, is what I keep on hearing. The only energy that gets disturbed by being watched is a bully, right? What are you doing? Why do you care? Why are you looking? What do you mean? Why can't I look? Like, it's like, it's a lot of that type of energy, you know? One moment. You're so welcome, Bridget. And Zach, these are one card readings for super fans, and subscribers. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Excellent. You're welcome, Julia. Absolutely. I'm taking more than one. I mean, but like it feels to me like, yeah. Oh, how you doing today, Laurel? Good to see you. I know. Yeah, so not a relaxing. No, I mean, it's interesting too because it feel like the one thing I want to describe is the one thing I'm seeing around something, Bridget, is making sure like you have to tell another person that you're not available. Do it now. Remind them is what I keep on getting. You have got make sure like I keep on seeing you've got to remind them. Like I know that you may have already done it once, do it again. Like this is just your reminder I keep on hearing. Guys, let's take a moment here to let's take a moment of appreciation for this gem. I got to point out, Angelo, you could be anywhere. You could be anywhere right now. Like the world is literally your oyster. You could be spending your time right now literally creating joy on this world. The earth has never experienced your energy before. You are the literal incarnation of the first time that the entire universe has ever experienced your particular force of energy. And this here, my friends, I just want to hold this. This is here. What we see before us is what Angelo is choosing to do right now. So I want to take that moment so that we can honor that space by which Angelo, who has a very finite existence, who has just a precious amount of time on this earth to do something exceptional and incredible with their time with it. I want to take a moment for all of us to celebrate the fact that Angelo felt it was so necessary and important to communicate this message to you, that we want to give it the space by which we can fully honor and appreciate it. So I hope that, again, in the space by which you identified that it needed to be in all caps, I hope that I have taken that important message that you needed to communicate, Angelo, and made sure that I've shared it the way that you intended and hoped that it would be received. If I haven't, by all means, please let me know what I can do better to be able to make sure that you're taking that precious time and utilizing it as carefully, intentionally, and compassionately as you can. And I hope that you continue to have an amazing day. Thank you. And I appreciate you being here and sharing that valuable, important message with all of those who are here with us today. Thank you. You're welcome, Ivana. Absolutely. I mean, we kind of summon them. Pops, how you doing? I mean, that's what happens, right? I start talking about bullies and then they just appear out of nowhere. Like, oh no, what did I do? Oh, look, case of point showed up. How you doing, Pops? It's been a minute. Good to see you. I've got you. Excellent. Wonderful. Yep. You just, I can see that. Like I can see you dismantling them, Alexandra, with your gaze. Yeah, you're so welcome, Alexandra. Hi there from Ghana. Welcome, Saha. Hope you're having a beautiful day. What? Oh, God, Laurel, no way. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Mm-hmm. I deeply appreciated it, Nikki. I deeply appreciate it. How you doing, Ella? One card, please. Oh, you got more than one card coming up. And make sure that you're enjoying some time. Make sure that you're taking some time for yourself. You know, it's interesting because it feels like it's coming to me from an ancestral that's trying to articulate that you deserve some rest. you know? Yeah, especially with this two of wands in its reversal, you know? Animal, yeah, and the seal, like the seal energy. Like I just keep on seeing someone trying to articulate how much, like, I know it doesn't, I keep on hearing, I know you don't think that your presence is improving a situation. They're trying to articulate, you have no idea how much it is. You have no idea, is all I keep on hearing. Thanks, Avatar. I needed to hear that too. You guys are amazing. I deeply appreciate you guys. One card. One card, highest priority, please, for Nikki. We got Page of Cups. Page of Cups in its reversal. Um, here's the thing. I feel like there's something like I feel like there's something, I keep like there's something I see you working through. You're helping somebody. You're helping somebody more than you know, because you're helping them. I feel like there's somebody around you who would typically take this like really hard lined approach to a situation or circumstance, and I feel like they're understanding, right? Like your ability to help them understand that, like I keep on hearing, all we do when we set our sights, all we do when we set our sights on getting back at someone is we give them what they're asking, is what I keep on hearing, right? When another person is trying to get back, then we're giving them what they're asking for, right? Because energy that has, right, energy that has seeks attention without direction will intentionally try to provoke to get an energetic rise out of us, right? So it's the modality of recognizing that allows us to kind of build into the context of identifying what feels energetically healing instead of what another person is expecting. Like when somebody's trying to provoke you, remember who you are. One moment. Oh my gosh, they did. That's amazing. Oh, I hope they're so well, dear. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that. Cause for celebration. Okay. Yep. All right. And one card for pieces. Whoa, flying out of the deck. It's a Seven of Swords in its transverse. So I feel like this is I feel like this is um working through a circumstance or situation by which you're trying to, like, a circumstance or situation by which you're trying to help another person. Like the best way we can help another person when they're working through something that feels like it's irrational or unreasonable is saying, why do you think that would be true? Yeah, like Six of Cups. Why do you, and the best way to describe it is, what has happened? What has happened between us that you would expect that to be true, right? Because the thing is, like, and we were talking about this the other day, right? The space by which the space by which we say to somebody, what gives you cause to think that, is the difference between saying, why do you believe that? Because it leaves room for the understanding that maybe the reason someone feels that way is because they've experienced it, right? So it's very important to add the word, what gives you cause to think that? Because it leaves the space of saying, I'm holding space for the fact that you may have experienced something that warrants that I keep hearing, that warrants that wild belief or that wild principle or something of that nature. So the ability by which it allows us to be able to hear more or learn about something rather than feeling like we are being affected by it. One card through the month of June for Nicole. It's you have like you're going through an expansion process, and I don't want you to be reactive, right? And it's interesting too because I keep on seeing when you feel reactive, I want you to settle down. And I don't mean, yeah, there's that strength card, right? It's fall like you're seeing, you're probably getting a lot of like, I feel like you're probably seeing a lot of signs and synchronicities right now. But the space by which like I keep on seeing like, and then this is why, message me privately and I'll give you the word that you have to identify when you're working through something right now, because it's talking about, like, it's literally giving me observe, don't absorb in the space by which you're effectively working through something. Animal spirit, please. Yeah, like, this is giving me confirmation what I was seeing. So I feel like you're going through an energetic, you're going through, yeah, you're going through an activation process, and when you're going through an activation process, it's very important to make sure that one is being grounded or stable within it. So don't feel like so much about like moving through it so much as like breathing through it, right? Don't move through it. Like when you think about a rebirth process, don't move through it, breathe through it, allowing the space by which one is able to find the stabilization as you start to experience things or as you're building into a deeper understanding of what it is that you're feeling. Oh, that's amazing, Ella. I love that. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, Pops. That makes me so happy. Absolutely. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap. I appreciate you, Nikki. Yeah, you can hear her snoring. Is she so loud? She was snoring. She just woke up and now she's now she's glaring at me. She snores like a person. You can hear how loud it is. Poor thing. My poor little meatball. One card for Melissa on feeling inspired. Oh, yeah, it's interesting. I feel like it's something, I don't know why, but I'm not sure what you were seeing there, but taking, I keep on hearing like taking some kind of like, I keep on hearing candid, you know, like I keep on hearing like the candid opinion on what it's like to go through something. Yeah, particularly with the boar energy, it almost says to me that there's something about you being able to do something differently. Is sometimes we don't do something differently. Sometimes we show someone all the things that go into making something, is what I keep on hearing. I keep hearing documenting, documenting, documenting. Erica, what do you need to know today? Um, you're gonna have enough time to get everything done. You know, I don't know why. I feel like you've got some kind of energy. I feel like I see some kind of energy around you and being like, how am I going to get all done? You're going to get it done you're going to do it one piece at a time, right? If it feels too big, break it into smaller pieces. I just keep on hearing time's on your side right now, right? And time's on our side by the way the time works on our side is by using time effectively. Mm-hmm. Hold on a minute. Okay. Pops, the list is closed today, dear, but if you want to get on the list, you'll have first priority for Friday. Um, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Nicole, your animal spirit. Oh, you was no, the animal spirit you had was the adder, but it was wild too because when I went to pull it, this was the guide. This was the energy of the guide that came through the first time I was reading for you. Hold on a minute. Minnie, I'm going back looking for your question. Yeah. You're so welcome, dear. I'm looking for your question. Oh, I got you there. There you are. Mini, one card, highest priority. Ooh. It feels like a once in a lifetime kind of opportunity, you know? It feels like there's something really beautiful there. Yeah, particularly with the high priestess. I feel like, I don't know why, but I feel like you're gonna like, it feels very much like, I feel like it's some kind of feeling of inspiration that you find in that space. Um, yeah, the hair energy, right? It feels to me like some kind of observation in recognition and relation to what it is that you're working through, what it is you're working through in order to feel um, like energetically stabilized or protected. I just keep on seeing something about it that feels like, I keep on getting like flourishing and nourishing, but also fleeting, you know? Hi there, Cosmic. One card on love for Per, please. I feel like there's some kind of new relationship that's very imminent. But I also see with this bottom of the deck and the Wheel of Fortune that a lot of it is connected to you. Like, I feel like you're in the process of healing, divine counterpart connection with a lot of the work that you're doing in spirit. Animal Oracle. Yeah, the frog energy, right? Like, even in the space by which, referring back to what we were reading on, like, there's something I need to show you. Like, somebody identifying, like, recognizing the trauma that they feel energetically connected to, right? I feel like this is you. I feel like this is somebody who, even in the tangible, is going to be going through something that might be a little bit embarrassing for them to be able to articulate to you. But I feel like this is why you're going to understand it, is what I keep on getting. Laurel, one card on the Colorado trip. This feels profoundly healing. I'm not sure what you're going to do there, but it feels profoundly healing. And I think it's interesting because I almost see the space by which you're going to wish you had more time there. You know? Yeah, the bear, right? Like, it's giving me like I almost hear you saying to somebody, like, I wish I didn't have to leave, or something that really changes the context by which you're perceiving things. Avatar, one card on divine counterpart, please. We've got the Chariot in its reversal. I see somebody that's ending something. Like, we can't go on like this, is all I keep on hearing. Yeah, and I feel like, especially with the Five of Cups, you know, I feel like it's somebody who's been trying to help somebody. I feel like it's somebody trying to help somebody get better at something, but they feel like they're worried, because I feel like it's almost them worried that they're getting worse, is what I keep on getting, especially with the Ram energy. You know, I feel like I've got some kind of observation there. Like, it feels to me like there's some kind of observation in terms of, like, it almost feels like someone trying to, like, come back to them, and them saying, like, I can't keep doing this, specifically and particularly because somebody keeps on moving in and out of their life. Absolutely. One card on love, please, for Yaz. This feels very much like, again, I feel like I know this sounds odd, but this is actually a very good card for love, especially as we're working to heal from unhealthy or toxic cycles, right? I feel like there's something about this where you've effectively healed and recognized what feels like the difference between what feels empowering, you know, like, yeah, like, there you go again with that Nine of Swords and its reversal, right? Like, somebody being like, you know, somebody trying to articulate, oh, but, you know, you care about me at my worst, and you being like, but you shouldn't be at your worst, you should be at your best, right? Like, I feel like there's something significant about that. Yeah, especially with the Raven energy. You know, you kind of like, I keep on seeing, when we care about each other, there is no worst. Like, when we care about each other, we recognize and identify that the worst, like the worst is our energetic best, because we understand that that work is blessed, right? It's the space by which we're always improving or identifying what it is that we're trying to improve upon. Hi there, Joey. How you doing today? Absolutely. Oh, we got to 50K. Thank you. Oh, it feels like you definitely will be, Minnie. I appreciate you, Nikki. Thank you. Kath, one card regarding this person who reached out. It feels like somebody who's finally got some free time to work on something. It's giving me a little bit of like, it's giving me a little bit of thank you for your patience, you know? Animal spirit with the earth dragon. Um, make like it says like it feels like somebody who's been working like somebody who's been like working on something who wants to talk to you about like it feels a little bit like somebody trying to get a better shape of an idea or trying to see if you might have interest in something, you know? Like it's saying like somebody wants to take your temperature on it. Oh, I appreciate that, Laurel. Thank you for confirmation on the read. Oh, to be all you need to do to get a card popsicle is become a super fan. And that entitles you to one card readings each day. Absolutely. Yeah, but you know, here's like that's what I keep on get right. The thing I was seeing on it, which is like it does feel like it was interesting too, because it feels like it's like I keep on hearing like interest is not an apology, right? Like it almost feels like someone trying to skip over an apology with an opportunity is what I keep on getting. So being kind of conscientious about that. Yeah, you're so like that was why I was seeing some of that earth dragon energy there. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you, Hero. I appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by. Excellent. Well, we got to our 50K giveaway, so I am going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. I am currently thinking of a number. I'm currently thinking of a number right now between hold on, I gotta move this so I can see so I can see things. I'm currently thinking of a number right now between 1 and 43. First person I see that posts the number will have the reading. First person I see that posts the number, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, Kath, congratulations. You got it. All right, that'll be available to you starting on Friday. Final call right now for anyone who is a super fan or a paid member who has not had a card pulled today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. So I will be away tomorrow and returning back for readings on Friday. Just a reminder, we're also going to be having our tarot class on Friday at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. The card we are complete. If you would like to get on the list to be read for with first priority on Friday, you can get on the list today. And that will be you will be prioritized when to be read for before we start the daily collective on Friday. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. K Megan, thank you. I hope you're having a good rest wherever you are. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again on Friday. Have a great day, everyone.